Okay. So first things first, we're gonna go back and we're gonna check and see how much shit we got. I feel like we're gonna find my files are in the double digits and only about halfway through that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here. And we've already got the eye runes on. I'm gonna go farm up some blood vials real quick. I will say one thing, because nobody else is in the chat with me at the moment. So I will say, anything to do with college is really fucking labyrinthine and Kafka-esque. I am currently trying to get signed up for my fall semester classes, and I had no idea how to even apply for student loans. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. I guess I was just supposed to figure it out because it's not something they teach us here in American school. They kind of just expect you to know who to pay and how to pay them and when to pay them. That's the most important thing. But if you don't know those things, then you're expected to figure it out at some point. Because ignorance of the law is not necessarily, well, that's not necessarily the law. It's just the practice of getting money. But I did end up figuring it out, and now I'm going to be submitting my application here in the next couple of hours. And hopefully, the next couple of days. That way I don't even have to worry about it whenever classes start. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass, and I'm homebound. Staring blankly ahead, making my way through the crowd. Maybe I should have. I think my keys are in the car, but I haven't looked in the car. I turned the whole house upside down, though. Took all the pillows off the couch, threw everything off the dresser. I have all the clothes being washed right now, and my keys aren't in any of them. Last time I saw them was whenever we were going to the beach, and that was a couple of days ago. I know they didn't come out of my pocket. They're either in the car or they're around here rude. Big and dumb instead of like hairy and shit. Hairy and insane, of course. Is Yarnum an ethno-state? I wonder if they can just tell if someone's from the I mean, they obviously don't know who made beastly at any given moment. And there's always certain degrees of beastliness. But I wonder if there's just a look. Obviously the Thumerian. They're also like an ancient, very tall. So it's not really difficult to know who they are. But I feel as though these people definitely know I'm not from here. And I feel like because they know that, they hate me even more. I remember I got lots of bullets last time. Did a bunch of farming for it. Got a couple of level ups too. But what I need now are more blood vials. Because Lawrence... Oh God, Lawrence. Even though he's just a cleric beast. It's just that one ground pound attack he does also has a radius that goes just behind him. That's the problem. I can't just sit on his tail like I could with like I have to constantly be dodging back and forth. And I prefer to have the hunter's bow for that. I guess I don't necessarily need it. In fact, it's just another ordinary day. April rain, no flowers bloom, no wedding Saturday within the month of what it is. Made up of these three words that I must say to you. Hello.
I had assumed that it wasn't happening.
I just had to fix some stuff up around the house real quick, but yeah. I'm just farming for blood vials at the moment, though. I was down to 60. And that is much too low.
We are currently having a bit of storms here, so that could be why his power's out.
It could be. Not too big. I think I might end up killing the Bloody Crow Canehurst before I take on Lawrence anyway, just to get him out of the way. A nice little warm-up for Lawrence.
I'm knocking.
Fat beating the shit.
I can imagine. So you were on the Orphan of Cost, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that you're on?
Orphan of Cost, Lawrence, and obviously the Bloody Cross, which I don't
Two
anticipate
bad
taking.
ones. It's like two real bad ones.
Yeah, the real special. They like to be real nasty. These guys, and we got Bloodborne. Oh, 2 Bloodbornes. Gimme.
I have to wonder if it'd be more efficient to go into the school and get a bunch of souls from that and then buy a bunch of them in bulk.
Potentially. I get roughly 10 per run whenever I go this way. And if I were to go there and just spend all of those souls on blood vials instead of leveling up, I could probably end up getting 70 or 80 every run or two. So maybe. I'll give that a shot. Lecture building.
You are significantly more powerful since the last time you fought the Bloody Crow, so maybe you'll be fine.
That's kind of what I'm banking on. Now that I have the empty phantasm shell, I just have some free extra damage I can put on them too, so that'll really help. He just really likes to counter, and he likes to shoot, and I don't like shooting. I think blood tinge is poopy when I'm not. Bastards can't help but just blow up on the floor, breaking my shit all along. Oh, I am a cauliflower. Go away.
Like, don't you realize? Oh, that was a horrible gulping sound it made. A real hideous gulping sound.
It's like they had a full mouth of vomit and they just gulped it all down at the same time. Why are they all liquidy instead of all beastly?
That's a good question. Everything mutates when it goes to the nightmare. Except for hunters. So it's possible they were doing some weird experiments that just made it to where they got all goopy whenever they went to the nightmare. I mean, you have people like Patches who became a spider and stuff like that, so...
Can they go back and forth from the nightmare to the waking world?
Some things can, like Patches. Because you first encountered him in the Forbidden Woods.
Yeah, but why?
That's a good question.
Because he's Patches.
Like, it's implied Patches that has, like, a connection to Amygdala, so maybe he's, like, a servant of Amygdala in some way. And Amygdala sends it back and forth.
So, are not all of those big things Amygdala?
They are.
Or
They're
is
all
there
Amygdala. Amygdala is, like, all of the gods in here are in the Lovecraftian sense, and that You can't really think of it as like a physical thing.
Yeah.
They're like
Manifestations, maybe?
yeah, like an energy, an entity that's able to transcend through multiple dimensions and things like that. So thinking of them in sort of mundane physical sense isn't quite accurate.
They exist on multiple levels, and all in different forms.
And what they look like isn't actually what they look like, it's just what our minds perceive them to look like, that kind of thing.
You can't possibly know what a four-dimensional being might look like with our three-dimensional minds.
I mean, the fact that, did Jordan tell you all the lore about the Hamlet and, like, the original sin and all that?
Not really. I was told that Koss washed up on the shore, and the church took the orphan. But that's about all I know.
Yeah. So, Koss is the reason that the Hunter's, nightmare exists.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the fact that Koss is quote-unquote long dead, as you saw, Koss was dead,
Mm-hmm.
but Koss is also not dead. But
That which is
so
dead may never die.
the fishing village, in a very sort of Innsmithy way, worshipped Koss, and Koss was just like this strange being that hung out in the water, out just outside of the village.
Mm-hmm.
They worshipped Koss and gave Koss offerings, and as thanks, Koss would give them wonderful bounties of fish and the like.
Well, Jordan, if you told me I was doing things, like possibly fighting an orphan, maybe. So maybe it just slipped my mind while I was being attacked with an eye-covered placenta.
But yeah, so it was a very Innsmithy, Dagon kind of type of relationship. And to make a long story short, essentially, people found out about it and got curious about it. And all of the main, like, important critical characters, such as Willem and, Willem and Garamond and Maria and all that, they descended upon the hamlet to discover the secrets of Koss.
Mm-hmm.
Things get a little bit confusing from there, because the timeline's a bit iffy, because
Thinking on the fly and remembering on the fly are two different things.
well, the timeline gets iffy because it's unknown if really they discovered Abriatus in the labyrinth first, or if they discovered Koss and information they got from Koss in the eyes there first. They kind of both explained us an origin of where everything came from. But they both happened, and it's not clear exactly if one happened before the other.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's possible that the Koss one happened first, to give an understanding of the eyes, and then, Lawrence then later broke off from Willem after the discovery of the old blood with Abriatus and all that in the labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
But the original sin was Willem and Garamond and Maria and all of them. They brutally murdered and tortured the people of the hamlet, trying to discover more information about the eyes, the insight, and all that.
And that's why she killed herself.
Maria became depressed about the crimes that they committed to the innocent people of the village, and to Koss in general. Koss, who was doing nothing wrong. They fully took Koss's child from her womb to see what it would be like. Koss, in death, cursed all the hunters to eventually become blood drunk, and then after they become blood drunk, they would eventually go into the hunter's nightmare, where they would be forever tortured for all eternity, and live lives like Lawrence, who sits there burning for all time looking for his skull. And then when you show up to him with the skull in your hands, he's like, "Hey, my God, you got my skull!" Except if he even got his skull, he wouldn't change his predicament, not at all. So he has an impossible quest while also being burning forever.
Well, that sounds
Um,
shitty.
and that's the kind of destiny that all hunters have. Maria killed herself, and so she's just sort of like locked in the clock tower for all time. Just sort of sits there for who knows how long.
So why does Gehrman recruit me if he knows it is the ultimate fate of all hunters?
Well, you see, oh
Is
god
this a
damn
thing
it.
that he
So
explains to me later?
no,
Okay.
of course not. Uh, so it was noted that the doll's voice actor and the Maria's voice actor were the same,
Hmm.
and you find the doll's like outfit in the old workshop, and you found a umbilical cord in the old workshop and all that. So this is something we could have covered later, but it's useful to cover now since it's fresh, since we've been talking about Maria and all that. So Maria killed herself
Yeah.
after what happened in the fishing hamlet. Maria and Gehrman were very, 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 very close. Um, and after Maria killed herself, Gehrman became likewise also very depressed.
Hmm.
And he sought for a way to sort of escape his depression. Um, I'm trying to simplify things as much as possible. And so he used uh, an umbilical cord to gain the insight to try to figure out a way to escape the despair his of his life without Maria and all that.
Hmm.
And his use of the umbilical cord got him in contact with the moon presence, who gave him an ability to escape the knowledge of all that had transpired and allow him to potentially forget Maria and all that.
So is the moon
Um,
presence quote another one of these quote unquote gods?
yes.
Okay.
And the who's totally unrelated to Kos or anything of that nature, and is totally unrelated to Abriatus or Odin or any of them. But the moon presence then created the hunter's dream and all that, and created this interesting parasitic relationship um,
It's
with
so
Gehrman,
clear.
which I can get into more after you fight the moon presence, because it becomes a bit clearer from the few seconds you see in a cutscene, because I can then explain what would happen in another cutscene. Um,
And it
suffice
will
it to
all become
say,
so clear.
yeah, suffice it to say later on when the moon presence decides to show themselves. In one of the endings, the moon presence isn't even seen.
Is
But
that the dumb ending? The one where you
that's the
decide you
ending that
don't?
could arguably be considered the quote-unquote good ending, where you accept Garamond's proposal and you just wake up in the waking world and you don't remember any of the events that occurred before. But the reason I think that that's a bad ending, and potentially one of the really bad endings, is that it doesn't stop the cycle, and the cycle continues, and it means there's going to be other, nights, and there's going to be other hunts, and the parasitic relationship is going to continue, and
And it's only gonna get worse until what's happening now eventually happens again.
yeah, and that's not even counting the fact that I'm the type of person who will always choose to know. And so not even considering that aspect of my personality, I think it's bad. But if someone thinks that this is horrible and would like to not have to think about it, and thinks that going insane trying to learn everything is a bad thing, then it could be a great ending. Um, And then the other option is that you don't accept Garamond's proposal, but you didn't consume any of the umbilical cords, which gives you the undoubted worst ending, which is where you defeat Garamond, but then the Moon Presence replaces Garamond with you, and then you're in a wheelchair, and you get to talk to the new hunters for the next cycles, and you don't know who you are or where you came from, and have difficulty thinking of things.
Well, that sounds like a really good time.
So Garamond created the doll. He created the doll in Maria's likeness as part of his madness of trying to cope with the loss of Maria. He created someone who would be like Maria, except obviously does not have Maria's personality. So that didn't help. Probably, I would say, made it way worse. Very unhealthy way to deal with loss, really. To
Yeah,
create a facsimile of the person you're missing.
you could certainly say that.
Um, so that's why the doll is the same voice actress as Maria and looks identical to her. It's because the doll and Maria are kind of supposed to be the same person. Um, so there's that lore dump.
Yeah.
There's more, but like I said, I'm trying to simplify it.
All right, let's go take care of the bloody crow and do the easy part. Quote unquote easy. I'm not expecting this to be nearly as difficult as it used to be, though. I would like to find one more insight. Well, preferably two more insight. So I can still level up, you know. Go away.
Yeah, as Jordan says, the third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Depressed Garamond contacts Great One Moon Presence, make doll alive. It's like Hunter's dream is the child of Garamond and the Moon Presence. It's like, and there's this strange parasitic relationship that goes on,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah.
Why are the Thumerians just out and about? Is that a thing
That's because, so the Thumerians were an ancient, long-lost civilization that had contact with the Old Ones, and they were down below in the Labyrinth. Which the Labyrinth is both, like, it's really confusing, actually. Once again, Eldritch and Lovecraftian and non-Euclidean, because the Labyrinth is both a place, in that it's, like, beneath us, and also, like, a time. It's like a
Oh,
place and somewhere else and sometime else. It's one of those chestnuts.
I see.
But the Thumerians are from the Labyrinth, and the church likes to. Oh,
Okay.
good start, good start.
He countered me immediately. Fucking
Um,
bastard.
the church sends tomb hunters into the labyrinth to go try to find other shiny shit,
Mm-hmm.
and they recruit slash capture Thumerians to serve the church, who are still wandering about. They used to be a civilization, but now they just sort of wander about moaning a lot.
But they don't have the ability to do anything of their own volition anymore at this point.
Yeah, their civilization's gone from a mixture of weird things. And that's getting into like Yarnum and stuff, the person.
When do I find out more about him?
It's like lore that we wouldn't cover unless we went to the labyrinth and did all the things in the labyrinth.
Oh.
And it's lore that has no relevance to the moon presence either. The moon presence or cost, really. It's one of those things where in Bloodborne it's like a whole other unrelated series of events that are also complicated.
I see. So just there's like 3 layers to this game, and each one has nothing to do with each other, but they're all to do with the old ones and their interactions.
Well, the way to explain it really is that Bloodborne is the story of numerous old godlike entities and their interactions with people. Because you have, the Old Blood and Abriatus. You have the Original Sin with Kos. You have the Moon Presence with its weird hunt parasitic relationship stuff.
Yeah.
You have Odin trying to find a child. He's a real dick.
Yeah, he is. He just runs away.
You have Odin trying to impregnate people. You have Amygdala trying to scare people. It's thought that Amygdala's fears generally fear and stuff like that. So it's like fear and chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so you have just these numerous entities that are just sort of hanging about, and their interactions with mortal kind, and what that's done is basically the story of Bloodborne. And some of them are like oblivious. Like Amygdala seems to be a more oblivious one who just sort of hangs about,
Mm-hmm.
as quite literally just hangs about. And then you have some like the Moon Presence or Kos who are very deliberate in their actions.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kos put a curse upon people, and
Well, they did steal
the
her
Moon
baby.
Presence like has enacted this pact that allows it to continue drinking people's blood spirit.
Yay! Because that's healthy for everyone involved. So,
I
did
remember
the
seeing one thing
church?
talking about how the blood souls that you collect, by the way, to level yourself up is
Mm-hmm.
going to the Moon Presence and empowering them, by the way.
Hmm.
That's actually like part of their parasitic relationship. They want the hunter's dream to come out to continue so that hunters can go forward who are selected by Garamond, and then they collect like the essence of beasts and men, constantly send it to the hunter's dream so that the Moon Presence can num on it.
He's being real dickish
And
right now.
and as payment for that, the Moon Presence gives you a fraction of its power, which allows you to level up, that kind of thing.
I see.
It's a whole
So,
thing.
so is the doll directly in contact with the Moon Presence then?
That is real hard to say. It's real hard to tell what the doll does and doesn't know. I think she loves playing dumb. She's like, I've never heard or seen anything ever. But when the time comes, she's very integrally involved in all the cutscenes for the endings. And she seems to know exactly what to do.
Get away, sir. Please. Stop it with your bullets. It's really annoying. Yes, just bleed yourself. Ow.
Yeah, Jordan points out that the Moon Presence is based off of Nyarlathotep in appearance. That is very true. Although it depends on the version of Nyarlathotep you're looking at. Because there's the tentacly Nyarlathotep, and then there's the version of Nyarlathotep which looks like a coal black man in a pharaoh's outfit.
Who is Nyarlathotep?
Nyarlathotep is one of the more important gods in the Lovecraft the Lovecraft cycle, like Lovecraft circle, like mythology, the Cthulhu mythos type stuff.
I am familiar with, like, I've read the Oh, I'm dead. Yep.
That's a whole other rabbit hole. So whenever I say Lovecraft circle, that's because the lore of like Lovecraftian stuff wasn't just made by Lovecraft. It was Lovecraft and then other people who liked the world he made and like expanded upon it both in his lifetime and afterward.
Mm-hmm.
And that's colloquially the Cthulhu mythos.
Like the author of Conan?
Yeah. Who's he? Is that I was gonna say a name, but I can't even recall. If I don't want to say a random name, is it Arthur Conan Doyle? It can't be. That name came to me so quickly.
He's
That's
Sherlock
not him.
Holmes.
That's someone else. Robert E. Howard. So Robert E. Howard, was a friend of Lovecraft. He wasn't officially a part of the Lovecraft circle, but he was a personal friend of Lovecraft, and they wrote for the same sci-fi magazines a lot.
Oh.
And so they started borrowing elements from each other. So like Lovecraft started making it to where there'd be like a first civilization type stuff in his mythos, which would be based off of like where Conan's happening, and Howard pulled some stuff like Yog-Sothoth as a deity and other eldritch things into his lore of Conan and all that.
Gimme. None of that. They're doing really dumb things, and I don't like it. Now,
But yeah, Nyarlathotep is, in the Cthulhu mythos, is one of the more sentient, of the Great Old Ones. He's one of the older ones, even to their, like, timeline. And he tends to be one of the more, schemy, and has a lot of interactions with people. Lovecraft had a real obsession with Egypt. Ancient Egyptus, as he liked to call it, the Latin word for Egypt.
they were the old civilization of the time.
Well, Nyarlathotep, it kind of goes into the modern Ancient Aliens thing. Lovecraft did it before it became all horrible. Where Nyarlathotep at one point was a pharaoh, one of the first pharaohs of Egypt, and he taught some of the original Egyptians things. It's actually very likely where the stuff behind the Thumerians in this game come from, of like an ancient before civilization that had some sort of like relationship with a great old one that taught them how to do things, and all other civilizations are indirectly based off of that knowledge, that kind of thing.
Wasn't that essentially what the Atlanteans were supposed to be too?
No, the Atlanteans are all of those pre-civilization stuff when it comes to non-Lovecraft, typically are supposed to be like an adjacent civilization. It usually has a morality tale to them.
I know that Atlantis was essentially just a tale to say, don't disrespect the gods.
Yeah, it's so there's them. Lovecraft stories never have a real moral.
Well, a lot of that cosmic horror is really central to, well, I should say, a big central part of cosmic horror is kind of the futility of our place in the world, or our place in the universe.
The only moral is that typically tends to be that life is better off if you don't ask questions.
I thought I imagine would go over fairly well with the fucking piece of shit.
He's like, I got you with my gun.
The only reason I fucking died was because he hit me with that numbing mist. But, what was I saying? Completely threw me off.
Yeah, Jordan talking about the sort of motivations of the Bloodborne Great Ones and Lovecraft Great Old Ones. Lovecraft Great Old Ones are so diverse. You have some that are not sentient, but they are like... You have, some Great Old Ones that are totally not sentient, like outer gods. Actually, I'm mixing terms there. Die-hard Lovecraft fans would be angry at me for that, because, there's differences there. But you have Lovecraft outer gods that are, insanely powerful and can, move star systems with thoughts, but don't really have, sentient minds. And then you have things like Cthulhu, which seems to kind of have a mind similar to, a despotic human warlord type of thing. And it just, spans the spectrum there.
I know Yog-Sothoth is just dreaming, and all of the universe is her dream.
Stuff like that. I know the difference, but there's no reason to explain the difference. We're not talking about Lovecraft, we're talking about Bloodborne. And
what's the difference?
Those are two different, separate rabbit holes. And in Bloodborne, he talks about how they're sympathetic in spirit. I guess you could say that one connection, because it goes with the story of Bloodborne, is there are all these great old ones and their interaction with people. One connection they all have is that they all are curious about humanity. It's just that they're so powerful, their interactions with humanity cause horror and eldritch truth and civilizations to rise and fall.
It would be like if we, as three-dimensional beings, decided to intercede in a two-dimensional world and we could just make things happen at will, and we try to help one guy, and then he ends up becoming a despotic ruler over half of the people that they fucking live with, and all that fun stuff.
It's like the conquistadors coming to the New World, but to an order of magnitude more. It's like their mere presence is enough to cause disease and plague that kills millions, even if they didn't intend to. But that, plus, like, cosmic level power.
Yay.
Where it's like, they just come over, it's like, hey, you got some gold. It's like, oh, millions of people are dead just because I'm standing here.
I didn't mean to kill all of you. I just accidentally stood here.
Like, I just wanted some gold and some slaves. It's like, I didn't directly intend. Well, Columbus did.
Well,
because he was a real rat bastard.
He did lots of
even
things.
For the time.
Lots of people complained about him.
It's like, even for his era, they were looking at him, like the church was looking at him. It's like, you're being a lot with what you're doing.
But he deserves a holiday.
Yeah, that's neither here nor there.
Fucking die. Die! 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 I killed him.
You've done it.
I've finally done it. Blood rapture.
So now you can go out and talk to... No. Go outside the church and go talk to the lady. The person for what you did that for.
Is she gonna die in my arms?
Maybe.
Fuck Columbus.
Yeah.
Hello. Don't you ever listen to your elders.
Do you see my face?
No matter.
I recognize your
You'd saved
spirit.
my life. I don't seem to be apt for this life anymore. My glory days were long ago now. I know. Here. For you.
Thank you.
You can get her clothes.
This too is hunter's work. But it bears no honor.
Ha.
A burden you may choose
Right at the
to
end of the
carry.
game, you've discovered a covenant.
Yay.
The decision is yours alone. Oh. My eyes grow heavy. Let me rest a while.
You look like you're having a hard time.
I'll be fine. Just wait.
You say that. You're just gonna take a few breaths and then just die, aren't you?
It is a pity, because I would say that of the Soulsborne games, I think Bloodborne has the most interesting NPC quests, and this is like the only one you've seen come through fruition. Yeah, if you leave the area and come back, she's dead.
Aww.
And she was saying the decision's yours. She gave you the rune to her covenant. She's basically tapped your shoulder there to say, it's like, I'll be fine, I'm not. But when I die, maybe you can take my place. And hunt the hunters.
That would be a thing, but I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Like, that's fun and all, but
I'll leave that to people like you. I got gods to kill.
like I have to deal with the Orphan of Kos.
Oh, forgot about you over there. Is my little not friend over here still? Hello.
There ain't no more survivors. There can't be. Yarnum's done for.
Yeah, he's depressed because everyone's dead.
I could put you out of your misery.
You seem to do that a lot.
It's only happened a couple times. It's fine.
It's only happened multiple times repeatedly. If you hadn't have pulled everyone from their houses, and you made it to this far in the game, by the way, like if you just missed the NPCs, if you tried talking to them, a lot of them would be screaming in madness and stuff like that as the night takes their minds. Because I do have to point out one thing that they sort of hint at is that every hunt's getting worse. And it's because it's like we now are several cycles in to all of this old one shenanigans happening. You should go to the shop and see the stuff you've unlocked. And I don't remember if you can get it now, or if you need to go back and check her corpse later. But there's her weapon, the Blades of Mercy. Oh, no, there they are, Blades of Mercy. That's her weapon. I think one of 2 weapons in the game that are made out of the sky metal. I don't remember the name of it. I think siderite or something like that. It's like metal from the sky that is magnetic. And so it's got, as we've said, the sky and the cosmos are one. So
it
but they're
comes from
also
beyond.
As well.
Good to know. Good to know. But I
should
don't.
also point out, Eileen is really interesting because she's one of the very select few of characters who is aware of the hunter's dream. Because she made reference to it several times when you were talking to her.
She did.
Originally. So that means that she is one of the very small group of people who was in the know.
She knows the true.
She's a bit more like you.
We're gonna get that one. We're gonna get that one.
Well, yeah, they do start going mad and gibbering and all that, but I would say that given how we've seen what the world looks like when the sun comes back up, it is possible that they would be alive and that their madness would subside when the sun comes back up. After all of the stuff has been dealt with.
That sounds real possibly.
Except for the whore who has a really bad time. And really, I would say the best possible ending for her would be if you never talk to her and just leave her in her house to go crazy on her own.
Oh. It only gets worse for her if you do her missions?
Yeah, you did a thing that literally made it to where she was killed, possibly tortured, and I would say that if you did her quest line, it's not much better.
Well, yay.
It's like she has a holy child.
Oh. I don't like that connotation of holy. Because I don't think there's anything divine in this world.
She has a holy child, and that's the other method of getting one of the umbilical cords that you would need to do things.
Oh. I'm giving birth to a holy child.
That's why early on in the game, whenever you started sending people to Yusefka, Jordan and I had to huddle together and think real hard about where you can get all of the umbilical cords, because we knew that you would be cutting off one of your routes to getting one of the 4 in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to think for a minute. It's like, okay, so how do we get these now?
We figured it out, though.
Yeah, you went ahead and wanted to discover the old workshop, so that was figured out.
That's just so relentless.
I can't possibly be of any help. I had my volume down on 82, and his screams are still right in my ear. I can't possibly really give you any advice on how to handle him. Because I feel like every time I fought him, it's been kind of just a blur of, like, dodging and screaming.
Yeah. That sounds
At least they're kind
about
enough to
right.
make it where you don't have to go through nonsense in the village to get to him.
That's true. I can pretty much just run straight to
Did
him.
my prophecy about how the fishing hamlet is, like, really bad come true during that stream? Because I actually haven't watched it.
I actually didn't have too terrible a time getting through. I think I only died a couple of times, and it wasn't.
Oh yeah,
anything
Jordan's
horrible.
right. There is another NPC whose quest line you finished, and that was Gascoigne's daughter.
Oh yeah, the music box.
You never found her corpse. So, after she died, well, after you revealed to her that her mother was gone and that Gascoigne is also now gone, she went outside, and during her travels, she was nommed by that big pig near her. And you can find the bloody remnants of her, like ribbons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that is another NPC whose quest line you did, technically. I guess Patches is having a gay old time. Because you met him, you did the things he wanted you to do, and you didn't kill him. So I guess he's just having a happy time.
He's like, I get to be whatever I want to be. I'm gonna go do stuff.
He gets to be a weird spider, and he loves it.
A little too much, if you ask me. He finds it rather funny.
He thinks it's hilarious.
I did the thing Jordan said to do, and it saved me like a good 5 seconds.
I will never do that.
I don't like Patches. He scares me. I don't think he's right in the head, you know what I mean?
With the exception of Bloodborne and Dark Souls 2 and 3, I killed Patches because I find him to be a dick.
He is.
I find him to be a dick, and usually he has something I want if you murder him violently.
I imagine I still probably could murder him if I really wanted to. I don't know if I have a reason.
I'd say the dickishness in Bloodborne that he would display is nowhere near like in the other games, where he just pushes you in a fucking hole or something. Like in this game, he showed you like progression to a new area and stuff like that. Like sure, the new area was a bit spooky, and if you did that area while on with online, you might have had a bad time. But
I didn't though. Forget it to ring.
how far have you gotten on this fight?
I think I got to stage 2, like my second or third fight.
There's another stage.
I know. Ow.
Hit you right in the hip.
Ow.
He did again.
No! Oh.
Feel the death.
Leave me alone. Oh. You really hurt. Oh. Stop it. Leave me alone.
So I would say with this first phase, the thing is you want to just be like have accurate dodges. I don't think there's a real good distance to be at with him.
Yeah.
But the second phase, I would definitely say trying to get close to him as much as he can when he's not AoEing, obviously. But I think in his second phase, when he starts flying about, you want to be closer to him, because if you're farther away from him, he'll do nonsense. Like blow up the whole arena nonsense.
I don't like that notion.
So I do think the second phase aggression might be a good idea.
Put your umbilical cord away. He's got lots of delayed hits and it throws me off lots.
You were doing so well.
He blew me toward him!
You were doing so well.
That's some league shit.
Yeah.
He throws the thing behind me, it blasts me towards him, and then he gets me with a big dunk. That's some fucking league shit, and I hate it.
I'm gonna make myself dinner, but it's mostly throwing stuff in the oven, so I might have bouts of quietness, but I'll mostly still be here.
That's okay. I still don't know what I'm gonna eat for dinner. But that's years in the future for me. Okay, so let's see if we can do this without him doing stupid bullshit like that. And maybe not use up almost all of my vials before we even hit phase 2. That would also be nice. I don't even know why I care about these blood echoes. I have 16 of them. Alright, bad start. No! Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, I see. He just doesn't stop. He just doesn't stop. So I guess we're just gonna have to turn the aggro up to 11 just to start with. And whenever he starts phase 2, we're gonna turn it up to fucking 30. I was doing well with those delayed hits at first too, and now it's happening, and I don't like it. Ha! You're barrels. Haha. Okay. I don't care about those. I do care about those. It's gonna bother me if I don't. Lol, no. No. No, get away! Get away! No. I didn't die. I didn't die. He won't leave me alone. Tell him to leave me alone. Maybe he'll listen to you.
He was just laying here having a cry, and you came up and stabbed him with a sword.
I did
And
not.
you're saying that he won't leave you alone.
He attacked me first. I have the VOD to prove it. He attacked me first. That's a real iffy statement you're making there. But maybe I can give it a shot, because he does stay in the air for a good long while, long enough for me to get a charge attack going. It's just whether or not I can hit him with it.
Even in like perfectly optimal conditions where a boss is like basically lays down, it's like, please kill me, I always manage to fuck up getting a visceral attack on.
I think I've gotten a visceral attack on like 3 bosses this entire game. And I'm pretty sure most of those were accidents.
When you defeat the orphan, you can actually get a closer look at Koss. Koss is a very interesting face.
I know she has a human-esque face, but I have not been able to
It's
take a
very human. Very, very human. You made him go, ugh! You can't go off of what you see on YouTube.
You can't.
Like, those people are fully on meth. Those are the people, it's like, I'll beat Bloodborne without using a weapon. I'll hit them with my bare hands. Every enemy. Boss run.
I've seen it. Oh, leave me alone.
The music picked up and he started whomping you.
No!
The music picked up and he just held you down and just started tenderizing.
Fucking bullshit. I was doing good too. I had used only 2 blood vials and then he just starts going ham. Can he be parried?
You better hope that Jordan responds to that, because I have no idea for any enemy in this game. If they're not exactly a human, I tend to say no, but I don't have any idea.
I know some people can, even when you don't expect it, but I don't know. I've never been real clear on who can and can't be parried in any Soulsborne game, really, so I've come to expect that you can pretty much do it with just about anyone, but Bloodborne is also very strange.
The ship's out there. Rather kind of him to announce his attacks by screaming like that.
I'm getting the timings down now.
He said, "Oh."
Except when he does that. Oh! I almost walked straight into that. No! No!
I would say a general flaw you have that, much like whenever we were doing with Logarius, where it like revealed all the flaws you had in playing it and you had to figure out how to overcome them.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout this game, whenever bad stuff happens, you tend to try to scamper away like a cockroach who's just been revealed by the light, and you dodge a load. When really what you need to do is, like, see an attack coming and choose the optimal path to dodge in, and then hit it like once or twice. And his attacks are so frequent and have such a large hitbox that what I'm noticing's happening is you'll dodge the first part of the hit, and then the second hit, you'll dodge right into it, and he'll slap you like 20 times.
I feel like I'm getting better. I have a pattern where I hit him once or twice and maybe get an extra hit in if he's just stumbling about a little bit.
It's like, I'm getting better. Bam!
Well, okay. Never mind. But I feel like that was some bullshit.
Well, as Jordan pointed out earlier, it's like all of those was a series. There was a 1, 2, 3 delayed hit. And have you played? How much of the other Dark Souls games have you played?
I've played all 3. I've beaten all 3.
I don't remember. I think it was Dark Souls 2 is the one that has where every enemy does delayed hits constantly all the time. Is it Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3?
I remember Dark Souls 2 being harder for me in a lot of scenarios, even though it wasn't necessarily harder than 1 or 3.
It was Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3 is the game where it's difficult for me to remember, where all the enemies did delayed attacks all the time, bosses and enemies alike. And I just imagine you playing that and just every, like, even little enemies just like, BAM! Just smashing the shit out of you.
I think
I guess
I did.
it gives you too much time to think and you just panic and you just start just like zigzagging left and right.
That attack I need to get down. Dodged right into a tiny little tree.
I would definitely think that you need to be dodging towards him. He's definitely someone you need to be dodging towards.
Stop them from making things explode. Tree! That fucking tree!
Your cauliflower got stuck in the tree!
It's made of 3 fucking branches, and I can't move through it.
It's 3 little branches, and every one of your limbs got caught in all of them.
I just imagine my clothes just got completely tangled in it, and he's just looming over me with his placenta just about to smash my brain.
Epic sword fight, and you're like slowly backing up, and then it's like, oh fuck, I'm out, push, and then you get stabbed 6 times. Yeah. I am noticing, with the exceptions of the times where he just loves to scream and explode, his attacks are definitely like entirely on a forward cone in front of him. And his attacks are like a forward cone in front of him or slightly further away. So I definitely think I can't really tell because of how chaotic he is if it'd be best to go left or right on him, but going towards him and not away definitely seems like the better path. And they fucking know it, because in his second phase, whenever you get behind him, like dodge towards him and stuff like that, he flies off, which is why you have to be like hyper aggressive in the second phase.
Bastard. Oh, okay.
Well,
That just insta-killed me. Well, alright then. I felt like I was doing pretty good there. I hadn't even used a single blood vial.
yeah, you hadn't used a single blood vial, and you were hitting him a lot, but then he hit you with an attack that came around town.
Mm-hmm. And it really hurt. It really hurt lots. I'm not a fan. Gotta run around, think, gotta run around, think, gotta think, gotta run around, think, gotta run around, think. Okay, so I think we're just gonna be as aggro as possible, and we're gonna see where that gets us. Just in his ass, constantly. Finger up the butt, and sword firmly in stomach. Or back.
I mean, the last playthrough that Jordan and I did together, we fully were anticipating him to be the worst thing in the world because we had gotten really high on the new game pluses and we knew he was going to have stupid amounts of health and he was going to insta-kill us with any hit he did. And that was after we got stuck on Lawrence and stuff like that, and both of us had to do like 30 times each to defeat Lawrence type situation. And we were just done with their nonsense, and we just came into the boss fight screaming, and I think that in my world, we did it in like the second try, and then in Jordan's world, we did it in the first try. And that was on like New Game Plus Plus, you know, whatever. So it definitely does seem that if you just get really furious at him, then that can help, and just like be on top of him. No, Lawrence has not happened. We're avoiding him like the plague.
He's a right bastard.
The issues you have with Lawrence are totally different than the issues that Jordan and I have with Lawrence, because he doesn't have any of his insta-kill attacks with you like he has with us. Like the Hand of God. You haven't... Well, I haven't witnessed it, because I didn't watch the last stream. But, he has that Hand of God attack. We named that attack for a reason. Because if he did that and he hit you, then it doesn't matter how much health you had, you're dead.
Oh, yay. Well,
And so we could have a whole fight where everything's going great, and then he will have done that, and one of us hadn't noticed it, and slapped someone right in the knee with it, and then, well, they're done.
Oh, he is quite the beastly plague, one might say. I've almost gotten to the second phase on the orphan, though. And
I presume that you got to a second phase on Lawrence's second phase in the other stream.
I might have. I actually don't remember. If I did, it didn't last very long.
I was about to say, if you can't remember it, you might not have, because he gets really he changes a lot in the second phase. It's one of those fights where it becomes a different fight. I hate it when he's airborne.
I dodged it! That
yeah, Jordan said you didn't get to face through him Lawrence. I was about to say, if you couldn't recall, you probably didn't, because like I said, he gets real different. The fire becomes all-consuming. So spiteful. Oh. You got hit and you wanted to get away from him to heal, so you dodged away. You could have dodged forward and you would have been behind him and you could have got a heal off.
So many of his attacks go behind him, though. That's the problem. And I don't know always which attacks go behind him.
Really, the only time he swings behind himself is when he's having his sort of hissy fit combo, where he just starts smacking everywhere, and when he does the chain, like, swing. Those are the only ones that really go behind him.
A lot of his normal, like, ones where he kind of throws it out a little bit, the cone actually starts behind him. Because I have been behind him just slightly, and it still hits me.
It's like, any of his... He doesn't tend to do those attacks unless you're far away from him, is the thing.
But he does
like the chain ones and stuff like that.
He's done it.
And so what'll happen is you will have been far away from him because you have been hit. You run away to heal. You're far away. He starts the attack. You dodge forward, and then you get hit with the back arc. That's what's been happening. And they know it, which is exactly why when you're fighting him and you get too close to him, he jumps away from you. Whew. How kind of him. He just looked at you for a minute there.
Oh, that hit him.
He sometimes just decides that you need to go away now.
He has an attack that just has no wind up and that just immediately staggers me, and then he just finishes with a big attack right behind it, and there's nothing I can do about it. Because I can be right up in his face or like right behind him, and he just does that attack, and then he just knocks me a little bit, and then he starts charging up another attack, and if I don't get it just right, then he'll hit me, and I die.
I will say that... Woo!
I heard an awful sound, and then he went away. Alright. Okay, this time I am only dodging forward. Only forward. We'll see where that gets us. Well, that didn't get us right. You know, that is an option that I had thought about before, but I figured it would be a little too OP if I tried it right off the bat. Gotta get this good stream content. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I can try it now, but it wasn't really first thing on my mind. Fuck you, Jordan. Once more into the breach, dear friends, once more.
We had that scare months ago where there was a fire in the house at night, and so we went ahead and decided that we wanted to get all the fire alarms working in working order, because the only reason that we woke up during the last one was my cat woke me up in the middle of the night. Yeah. And the problem is that the fire alarms that we have are so fucking sensitive. Mine just went off, and I've just made the decree that from now on we are taking the batteries out of them, and as a part of my nightly routine before going to bed, I will put them back in and turn them on. Because, like, if you take a hot shower and leave the bathroom with the door open, the steam from the shower will leak into my living room and make the fire alarm go off. And like right now, I have like steak fries in my oven,
Mm-hmm.
in the other room, and that made the fire alarm go off. And I'm cooking them at the same temperature and same time as I always do. They're very sensitive.
You might just need another one. It might just be time to replace.
I mean,
the
I'm not.
one.
I don't have a problem with it being sensitive if it saves my life.
That's fair.
But it is annoying, which is why I've decided that we're just going to take the batteries out of them and then put them back in before we go to bed. Because you know what? If I'm up and about during the day and there's a fire, I think I'll notice it.
That's a fair assumption. I couldn't dodge. Replenish some of my stamina. Just stop. Just runs off into a corner and then I can't get around it.
His second phase is that, but everywhere, because he flies around and it's horrible. And so it's like as Jordan described one time when the second phase, like you just gotta reach up and grab him by his fucking ankle and drag him back down and be like, no, we're fighting.
Well, how do you do that?
Well, that's in the second phase. Like I said in the like before with the first phase, I think just like concise dodging is all that you really can do in the first phase. There's no unlike in the second phase where it's like you must be aggressive. It's like you must, like when he flies and runs away from you in the second phase, you must sprint and get up to him and attack him. In the first phase, I can't really say that. I just could say that you just need to be really concise with dodging, and then you got him. And I think the best way to dodge his hits for the most part are dodging to the sides or towards him. It is nice whenever he decides that he's going to kill you, if he does it sooner, so that you don't run out of blood vials.
Yeah, that's definitely a plus.
When he deems thee dead at the start of a fight, so that you haven't thrown buckets of blood vials into the sea.
That is very nice of him. I should thank him for that.
He's a very considerate little child.
Oh, he is. I'm surprised he's so considerate, given that he never learned from a mother. Maybe if I just laugh at him and call him Orphan Boy, maybe then he'll...
You murdered that little worshiper.
Murder him.
Oh.
Genocide. In a video game, of course. It is a video game. Okay, Orphan. 50 millionth time's the charm. He started staggering and then he jumped. Why can't he just pick one? Stagger or fucking jump? And he's not weak to anything, is he? Nothing to be done about it. Just theoretically, maybe he might be somewhat vulnerable to bleeding damage, and I could potentially use the Whirligig Saw, because I still have another Blood Rock, but I don't think that'll help me very much. Besides, I still don't know where another chunk would be. And I don't have the insight to spend to get one. Alright, little orphan boy. Fucking tree. Ah! Almost to phase 2.
That chain attack he does is very dangerous.
Yes, it is.
Because the time on it is just enough to make sure you're standing back up by the time the second hit gets done.
Phase 2.
Okay. Like, get in there except for the times where he decides he wants to explode.
I don't... Oh!
He'll take away your camera a lot because he likes to jump so fast that the auto target will get confused.
I can't! What? Okay. Well...
The music is not calm anymore.
We made it to phase 2.
You have.
Didn't get a single hit on him while he was in phase 2.
Fire alarm rudely interrupted me. Is if you get tired of seeing the same bosses over and over again, you can theoretically go fight Gehrman, as long as you don't then fight and then defeat the Moon Presence. You will not end the game. So if you, when you fight and defeat Gehrman, it automatically leads into the Moon Presence. Mm-hmm. So you would need to either intentionally die, or you'll need to use the Bold Hunter's Mark to get out of the fight. Mm-hmm. So if you do get tired of fighting the same two bosses over and over again, you can go fight Gehrman instead. Gehrman is pretty difficult as well, but he is less insane He's not like the orphan or the orphan who is just a lot, or Lawrence who loves exploding.
I don't like exploding. I find it quite uncouth. Oh!
But Gehrman's a good old-fashioned hunter fight of the anime flavor, like Maria.
Say I didn't expect that. It's fine. These are all just practice runs, you see.
You know it's fine when someone says it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Why else would they say it's fine?
You know things are fine when someone has to reassure you that things are fine.
Things are, in fact, fine. Don't think otherwise. My head is a cauliflower.
I do like the cauliflower knight look you have, with like a silver sword and magic shield with plated armor and a cauliflower.
It's very Dark Souls. At least I feel it's very Dark Souls.
You look like a protagonist from a game that's not this one. Like, it would be some other game where you're a weird cauliflower race of people fighting off evil.
I play that game. Ow. Okay.
That was just one of those times.
I guess
Where
that's
he's like-
fine.
Where he's like, I kill thee.
I guess that's fine. It's whatever. I didn't want to live anyway. It's much too, not worth the effort. I feel like Dr. Manhattan sometimes, and the petty squabbles of this world are just too much to bear. I just want to go away to the moon, baby.
I'm so above it all.
Speaking of him, I guess, would you say that that is the appropriate thing for Dr. Manhattan to do? Just run away to the moon and not deal with anything anymore?
That whole chestnut?
Mm-hmm.
I, for one, think that it can be much better if a god decides to actively help people. Even if their actions cause negatives, the fact that they're actively helping people means that they are helping people by definition. And that, the whole thought of, well, maybe a god should just, like, do nothing, definitely sounds like someone who would like to see more chaos happen, would say.
But we just want people to be equal. No one
But
needs
I
to
ain't-
have such godlike power.
I ain't some libertarian, okay? I think that if we had true understanding that things are going to be better, then who even cares? Maybe the gods should take over if they are going to do what they believe is best.
Oh. Sort of like Injustice. After all,
Hey,
who
look,
better
if
to decide
Superman-
what's right for everyone than the ultimate Boy Scout?
If Superman decides that he wants to take over the world, we physically can't stop him, and he has good intentions, so whatever. Life will be improved in aspects.
I guess that's just a question of enlightened despotism. Is that the correct way, quote unquote?
It's the same question on are Julius Caesar and Napoleon good leaders? Because in the same way you can talk about how, you know, Napoleon was a tyrant who ended the revolution, or how Julius Caesar was a genocidal narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
The fact of the matter is that there is a huge swaths of people beneath them that had their daily lives improved. And that the negatives of the people below them, the civilians, the common folk, tended to happen for forces that were fighting the tyrant, quote unquote. like the French people of Napoleon suffered because the wars continued. The wars continued because the monarchies of Europe wanted Napoleon to go away. They wanted Napoleon to go away because they were saying he was making all the people of France suffer. So it's like this horrible cycle.
Yeah. It's a very cyclical, what's the term? Argumentation. We have to kill the tyrant because he's being a tyrant. And who's to say he's being a tyrant? Well, we do.
And in those cases, in both of those cases in particular, there are some ulterior motives at play. Like you have Napoleon. The Napoleon's is incredibly obvious, where it's like the people who are fighting for the good of France happen to not be French people, and happen to be people who would benefit from Napoleon not being around anymore.
Yeah.
And in Julius Caesar's case in particular, the people fighting to enact republicanism and to stop a king taking over just so happened to be the richest families in Rome, who all were having some of their wealth redistributed under Julius Caesar.
Weird how that happened.
So maybe they would have something to gain for all the, altruistic Republican ideas that they dream about.
Oh, well, that's fine. I never know when I need to be dodging whenever he decides to throw it out on a chain like that.
Yeah, I don't really have a good way to say. Yeah, it's very situational, the chain. I think you would just have to know where it is and then have an instinctual thing for it, because any suggestion I give, if you do it, then it would radically depend on where you're standing at the time.
It's almost like he's very erratic.
Yeah, that's his thing, is that he's erratic, and it's difficult. That's why I was saying it's difficult for me to give advice for fighting him, because his fight is so erratic, and his movesets go off of each other so quickly, that if I say do this to avoid this attack, then you're just going to jump into another attack that he's already started.
He likes to do that a lot.
So that's why my advice for him are just vague generality of, dodge towards them and that kind of thing.
Can I please hit you?
He let you get one hit.
No. You are a child. Ow. Okay.
Yeah, like right then I was really looking at him, so I was trying to think if it'd be better to dodge left or right. And you can't really choose one or the other with him, because he has combos where he starts his attack on the left, and then he has the immediate other attack after it that he starts it on the right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all situational. You just have to have good dodging instincts at this point, really, with him, to where you could quickly make a snap judgment on which one would be better.
And that makes me want to scream.
So that's been something where you've struggled with the whole game.
It makes me want to scream bloody murder. Oh.
One of the reasons that, besides, the Lovecraft stuff, that I prefer Bloodborne over Dark Souls in general is that I just had a natural affinity for the dodging stuff. Like, I was able to get it pretty quickly. It's just the way I play games meant that it gelled well for me. But I can definitely see how some people might have problems with it.
In Dark Souls, all I did was block.
I've never been someone who, quote unquote, learns the moves of a boss. There will be a one or two hits where it's like, okay, if that hits me, I will die instantly. so I'll learn how to avoid that one in particular. But I'm not one of those people who will fight a boss repeatedly and like learn their moveset. I'm always the type of player who is on the seat of their pants and just like dodging as things happen.
And I am the opposite.
And that works for me. Like it just how I play and how I think. That just works out for me.
I don't know if you notice whenever I go into a new boss, but I typically don't engage very hard until I've seen them do an attack combo or 3. So that way I can just kind of know what I'm getting into, and if I get close to him, he won't just explode me away and then shoot some bullshit laser at me while I'm on the ground.
Well, you see, I tend to be hyper-aggressive all the time until I am hit really hard and told that that's not a good idea. Is what is my tend to be. And even then, I'll try it a little bit more to see if I can get it in here and there. My general playstyle in any video game tends to be a more aggressive way, though. Of just like get in there and fix it type of way.
There's no way of knowing when he's gonna get stumbled either, and that's really annoying.
I can't. Yeah, that's pretty consistent throughout the whole game with them going, ooh. It seems that sometimes if you hit them in a particular location, it does it, but
like I can get a good combo on him, and it seems maybe like every 1200 or so damage, he gets one of those little staggers that I can maybe get another attack or 2 in for. But I feel like there's no real telling, and that's not cool. Because it could be that you're just attacking him and he just does one of those little quick attacks and just knocks you onto the ground or stumbles you a little bit and then starts up a big fucking combo that kills you.
I'm sure it's one of those things that there are people who have all the spreadsheets in the world, and they have discovered that for each enemy, if you do X amount of damage of this type in this like time frame, it will always cause a stagger. That kind of thing. There are probably a lot of variables to it.
I only ever expect to be able to get maybe 1 hit. And everything else I just have to keep dodging. Oh, hi. Dead. Oh, almost got it. See, that one quick attack. There's just no downtime. There's no time to think. You just have to move, and if you try to heal, he's already on top of you by the time you're done healing. Okay. Okay. Gotta get the bad juju out. The salt is permeating my soul, and I gotta get rid of it. You know what we're gonna work on this time? Not getting hit. That is rule number 1. Get out of my way. Alright, you little orphan bitch. Let's see why your mom abandoned you. tree. The tree's gonna kill me. Well, I think that's dumb. I think it should just be if you do enough damage, or if you get bleeding damage on them, then you get to stun them, and it should be more predictable. I don't think it's cool that you can hit him a bunch, and then every so often, oh, there we go, and every so often he decides that he wants to be real aggro about it. Or sometimes he just falls over a little bit. Well, we'll see about that. Bad juju out. Bad juju out. Bad juju out. Bad juju out. Like, how am I supposed to even think about potentially dodging that attack? It literally went off the instant that I hit. Thanks for letting me do that. You're gonna transform. What?
I went and got myself food and came back down. All I heard was, "What?"
I get one hit on him, and then he does a huge fucking charge attack that attacks me like 5 times, and there's nothing I can do about it. Because the first hit stumbles me, and then every other hit afterwards is just direct hits. Awesome. It's not bullshit at all. I'm not mad. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
So rude.
She called me a bitch first. Alright, little bitch orphan. Everyone's a bitch. You're all bitches. Every one of you. Fighting in that corner. I dodged that. Even if I stumble, I'll get one extra hit before he decides he wants to jump if he lost it.
So that's an attack.
Yeah, it is.
So when he does that, you actually have to leap over lightning.
How the fuck
Like
am
a-
I
like a
supposed to
Mario
predict what
game.
he's doing? He just runs and bounds all over the fucking place, and then he spins 360 and hits me for fucking half my health.
Yeah. So as Jordan said in the thing, whenever he does the lightning attack, it originates from Koss. Because it's him screaming and crying that you're hurting him.
So then how do I
And
get
then
past
Koss
it?
reaches out and attacks you.
How do I not
lightning.
die to it?
The lightning? You have to dodge it almost like a Mario game.
The fuck
you
does
have
that
to like
mean?
run towards it. You have to hop over it. You have to if you can either dodge into it, or if you see it coming, you can run towards it and then like jump. It's the only mechanic in the game that does it like that.
I hate it.
It has a large windup, so the game does give you time to prepare for it.
That doesn't make it any less bullshit. corner. I'm not fighting you over there. I got him.
Now he's gonna be so mad at you.
Expected that. Direction he's going in.
I would say you need to mentally limit yourself to only hitting them once at a time.
It tends to go well when I do that.
Because through a huge part of that fight, it was because you were hitting him multiple times, and then he'd start a combo and you're still swinging.
Mm-hmm.
So I think during the first phase at least, you need to mentally start saying, I need to hit him, and then anticipate the next attack.
That's what I've been trying to do, but sometimes I try and get real into it, and that doesn't help.
You get greedy. That's that Soulsborne thing, you see, where they say don't get greedy.
Very true. Very true.
I think you need to just mentally tell yourself only hit him once. At least in the first phase.
I mean, in the second phase, I can maybe get one hit on him before he decides he wants to fly halfway across the arena and just hit me for all of my health.
Yeah, the second phase is nuts, so...
He just has so many attacks that I just can't even do anything about. Like, he'll hit me and then I'll hit him and he immediately has an attack that he just swings his fucking placenta right at me before I can even react. It's fine. It's Tell me something good. To get this stink out of my mouth.
Something good. As I said, you can always pivot this boss and go do another one.
That's not good. That's running away. Tell me something good. It doesn't have to be about this. Just something good. I need good news.
I don't know. A lot of news is going on right now. It's pretty bad. I was reading the news earlier, and I saw a bunch of bad stuff.
Saw Manchin's name mentioned a lot.
Manchin, and then... Meanwhile, in France, I saw that Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, got slapped during a meet and greet. Which managed to cause a rebuke from across the political spectrum. Even Marie Le Pen coming out saying an attack on the president is an attack on France and that kind of thing. So there's that. Jordan saying Donald Trump is not the president.
You know what? That is good. I'm okay with that.
He will be in August, though.
That's not true.
We all know it to be true, obviously. If you've been paying attention, sheeple, you'd know, obviously.
You see, the United States as you know it, died in, what was it, the 1800s?
No, this
That
is
what
a
they
different
say?
one. This is a different one. This is a different theory they have. That due date has came and went. That was that I think Ulysses S. Grant was inaugurated in March or something like that. So that date came and went. This is a new one they've set.
Oh. Is there a particular reason they've chosen August this time?
I don't know why August, but they seem to believe that the current Republican audits in Georgia and Arizona are going to find the smoking gun of the widespread fraud that the Democrats did, and then they will appoint Donald Trump president again. That's what they believe. Apparently, Trump himself believes it. I was reading an article where he's talked to people about it in private, and apparently he himself thinks it's happening.
Is he senile?
Yeah.
I really think he's genuinely senile.
He is.
Like, there's...
He was never smart, but we've gotten multiple reports for years now that he's gotten worse as time has gone on, so yeah.
That was pretty much instant. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that anyone who has actually been close to him genuinely thinks he's of sound mind. Like, he's always been a horrible narcissist, and probably at least to some extent a sociopath.
The only people who've been around him who haven't came back around and said woof afterward have been people who also are insane.
Like Rudy Giuliani.
Like Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah. Rudy's a whole other beast.
Yeah, I don't quite follow through why August is their chosen time, but I remember a long time ago Jordan said that it was August because Augustus, and he was joking, but now they've decided it's August now, for real.
Oh, well, I mean...
This was back when it was March, when Jordan came up with his stellar theory that obviously is correct because it's been proven by the facts that August equals Augustus, and so that Trump is going to become Caesar.
It seems to line up exactly with the facts.
Jordan's theory about that has more see-through to it than the actual one that they're going off of.
That's pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
I dodged right into it. You didn't like it when I did that once.
But yeah, if I remember right, it originates with Lynn Wood, which is one of the insane lawyers that Trump used during the election stuff.
Mm-hmm. Didn't she get replaced, like, immediately?
No, that's Sidney Powell.
Okay.
This is Lynn Wood. This is another one.
Yeah.
Sidney Powell is a grifter who's doing it for the money. Lynn Wood has drank all the Kool-Aid that there's ever been. There was a rally where he was saying, if I remember right, about a month ago, that Trump could just be appointed president again. And it's sort of... He said that, and then they just sort of got together and tried to figure out how from there. And it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I guess they don't need a reason to overthrow democracy. They just need enough people behind them to attempt it. Awesome.
It's one of those things where, even if you gave them everything that they wanted here, like, let's say, for example, the Arizona audit did in fact find that there was wide-scale fraud, and they did in fact find evidence that it was the Democrats who did it, and it was a coordinated effort. It wouldn't change anything.
No.
Like, Joe Biden would still be the president because the election was certified. You can't go back and redo the election. And then even then, if you gave them that and said, okay, you can redo the election, which you can't, then Donald Trump would be disqualified too, because you can't disqualify one candidate, not the other, because the entire integrity of the whole election's been ruined. So there would have to be a redo, but a redo constitutionally has to happen every 4 years. There's no special presidential election. It's
So
not a thing.
Kamala Harris would just be the
No,
the
the
president.
whole ticket would be invalidated. Nancy Pelosi would be president.
Ah,
So if you literally gave them everything they've asked for in their theory, Donald Trump is still not president, and Nancy Pelosi becomes president. And even to get to that point, you have to accept things that just simply aren't true.
yeah.
You have to not only accept the things that are simply not true, but the Constitution has to be different than what it is.
But since when does truth matter to the Republican Party?
So if you give them literally every point they asked except for, and then Trump becomes president, they don't get what they want.
Truth hasn't mattered to the Republican Party since the 40s at the minimum.
There was at least like a path in an insane person's mind with their insane theory about March. Like there was a way that you could con man someone into believing it. But with the current one, it's like I don't, and the fact that Trump believes it himself makes it worse. It's like I don't know how you reach there.
Okay.
Yeah, as Jordan said, we had to look into what processes get enacted if a president stops being president many times over. So we're practically experts at it because of some reason.
So certain people made it relevant information.
But certain individuals were president that made us think what would happen if they weren't president anymore suddenly.
It's just the instant retaliation. There's nothing to be done about it. All my fucking blood vials. I haven't even gotten to this fucking food. Do this more. Okay, let's do another boss. I'm done with this one.
Or there's Lawrence. And if you don't like Lawrence, there's Gehrman.
I feel like I could do better with Lawrence. At the very least, I could probably get to his second form now.
Jordan's asking about blood vials. Out of horrid fear.
I guess we can check. I got up to like, what, 214-ish before we started, so we're probably back down into the double digits. Yeah, 88.
Yeah, you have about 108.
So, let the go. Nightmare Church? Or is it just
No.
Hunter's Nightmare?
You just want to go to the Hunter's Nightmare. Back to this old grindstone.
It's fine.
Jordan and I ran up this fucking staircase so many times. So many fucking times.
Leave me alone. Let me run past you. You don't want none of this, do we? You don't want none of this old blood, do we? It makes you feel real good, and it gets rid of all your diseases.
It makes you feel real good and has no side effects.
No side effects, Dewey. Just let me pass.
Well, I bet you get hungover from it. No! You can do it as much as you want.
You can do it forever and still feel wonderful. Alright, big man.
Oh, yeah. Jordan pointed out there's an area of the Hunter's Nightmare you haven't been to. That it's a small area. I'll tell you right now, it is kind of like another boss because you can go. You basically go to a cave where there's another blood-starved beast at.
Oh.
And he's a lot more than the other one was. He doesn't have a health bar or anything like that, so he's not an official boss. But I think there's like bloodstone chunks or something like that in that direction. Or something.
Oh. Well, I need just one chunk, actually.
You'd have to go back to where that blood river was, where the mosquito women were, and then you'd have to go in the opposite direction we went in the last time.
That was a long time ago. Oh, it feels so good to be able to do real damage.
I love those church organs. I love how ominous they sound.
Oh, there's a weapon there. Okay.
I have no idea what the weapon would be.
I'll go there so I can see something that won't instantly kill me. I would like that.
Jordan, you should tell us which lamp would be good to go to, because I can't remember it all. I don't remember the names of any of the lanterns here.
Teach me, O wise one. Show me what there is to see.
So, probably be the Nightmare Church, I would guess. Oh, the Amygdala Arm. Okay, interesting. But Nightmare Church is probably the one you'd want to go to because the Undead Corpse Pile was Ludwig. There's speculation on my part.
And I don't remember anything between.
He says that was wrong. He says you should go to the first lantern and then go through the shortcut of the first lantern.
Well, okay. I guess we'll go back. And what shortcut are we going through?
It's probably my biggest bone to pick with this game is that when you're traveling from point to point, they make you go back all the way here.
You gotta go up here, and you gotta go to your place, and you gotta make sure you
And
get
I
the
just,
right
I
place.
just, yeah, we know, Jordan, we know. You're on a delay.
I'm going. I'm fucking going.
But yeah, I don't know why they did it that way because all the regular Dark Souls had just you can go from point to point. So I don't know why they decided to make it more complicated in this one.
So
So it would probably be
shortcut?
just that door, yeah.
And we go this way.
He said with incredible confidence.
I'm always confident.
Yep, that's the Blood River.
Hello, sir.
You know so much more since the last time you encountered these people. Your brain has been filled with lore.
I'm so much wiser.
You've learned about Maria, and you've learned specifics about the moon presence, and like the state of the world,
I
and
know
cost.
so much. My brain is so full.
It's so full it's spilling out all over yourself.
Yes. Oh, hi.
So you gotta deal with the mosquito ladies. I think it's I can't recall which direction we came from whenever we came here, but it was whatever was the way that was opposite. Because I recall you fighting the blood-starved beast in a cave, and there's a cave there.
Follow it downstream away from Ludwig. So that way?
Maybe? It's difficult to tell what downstream means, because there's not exactly a flow.
Well, I guess this would be downhill. Hello.
I do doubt that you went through there, so you probably do want to go under the bridge like that, because I do believe when we came through here, you started going through there, and we told you no, and told you to go up the stairs.
Not gonna follow me though. Haha.
Whoa. Remember, the strategy with them was to dodge past them and get behind them.
Yeah, there's just a lot of them.
I know, but whenever you did anything that wasn't dodge behind them and attack them from behind, they hit you loads every time.
That's true. Can I do this?
There's another stairway over there. Across the bridge. Like, if you go across the bridge and then left, there's a little stairway.
There is. Put that down. Oh, that's...
A dead man.
I thought he dropped something. Hey, bitch. I don't have any rocks on me. That's fine. Whoa.
Oh. There's such a delay to that swing.
Right?
They seem to not care about anything in particular.
They attack so fast. Okay. You dumb bitch. It's fine. It's fine.
Here it comes.
It's fine. After Ludwig and the, or not Ludwig, after Lawrence and the orphan, this is nothing.
They be spitting that shit.
Spitting that period blood at me. Go away. Your arm's fucked.
Got a spooky, twitchy arm.
You died. I wish you guys
Success.
dropped some blood or something. That'd be nice. Okay. You.
This little guy.
Get back
Okay,
here.
you need to be careful. Because you're about to come up to where the Bloodstarved Beast is, and so you probably should also put a lantern on your chest.
I got chunks. And also I got a torch.
Okay, so he is the Bloodstarved Beast, but he is way more.
Huh.
Oh, I forgot about him!
He's being a real rude dude right now. You better don't. Put that thing
Must
away.
be wonderful having unlimited bullets like that.
Put that thing away before you take somebody's eye out. Ow.
He doesn't do 8 trillion damage like the Bloody Crow does, at least.
That's true. This is a very enclosed space. I can't see. Oh. Okay. You rat bastard. Ow. I can do this, though. Ha!
You've defeated it.
Oh, that had me on my toes.
He gave you a clack clack.
Click clack, blap blap. Now what's over here? Ooh, another chunk.
Oh, hi.
I kill you. Anybody else want some?
There's a lot of friends down there.
To where will you run, children? I saw you running at me. Don't pretend
Waiting
like
for
you
his
weren't.
moment. I believe they're afraid of the light.
They better be.
Oh, they're like, snuff out the light.
No. Why? Why?
They're all hurt. Hello.
Go. Nope. Get away.
Here he comes.
Get away.
He's just a regular enemy now. Hi. Here I come.
Can you fit through? Oh, you can fit through.
I'm gonna very calmly walk at you.
Ooh, that hurt. Fuck you up. Yeah.
Oh, 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 oh.
Like about 20 minutes. Yeah, like 30 minutes before I started streaming.
I think it's
He
gone.
didn't shit though. Where'd he go?
I think he's gone.
Oh,
He ascended.
I don't like that.
I witnessed his ascension.
Dirty bastard. Did a real dick move running away like that. I'm gonna rob your home. If you're gonna be like that.
Well, you got that, and he's gone. He's gone forever. He's been thrown off into the abyssal realm.
Okay. And another chunk. I can upgrade the whirligig saw. Oh, I guess he really did die.
I think he finally died. We got souls. So he's probably just been falling infinitely for a while.
He just climbed
He did
up.
that thing that sometimes happens in games where he got caught on weird geometry and he just levitated upward until he was gone.
I thought he was actually climbing up the walls. I thought he was gonna try and ambush me somewhere, but nope, just dying.
He hit an awkward shaped rock and just went up.
Mm-hmm. Which I'm more than fine with, by the way.
No game has ever mastered the complex algorithm that is an elevation. And so the moment He was like, I want to be on a flat plane, and then he had a weird piece of geometry that said, no, you're not on a flat plane, and so he just went up to escape.
No.
Escape the math.
You want up. You go up. The sky and cosmos are one. He fell upwards into the sky.
Well, that's been done. So.
Yay, that was a nice little break from hell.
So now you can throw yourself back into the meat grinder, if you so desire.
Amygdala.
It is a strength. It is literally just an arm of an amygdala. Certain madmen.
When extended, the hand quivers as if it was still alive. Let me look at this. Oh. Oh my.
It's icky.
It's very tentacle-esque. I'm not using it though, unfortunately.
It is a strength weapon, one of the few solidly strength weapons in the game.
It is, but it would require more blood chunks than I have. We're just gonna power up the whirligig. We're gonna use that blood rock on it.
So that decision's been made.
Has been made. Oh, it has another weapon? Well, what kind of weapon?
My first playthrough, I missed a bunch of weapons in the DLC, and then I realized that there was an achievement to get all the weapons, and I was like, well, I'm beating this game so many times, I might as well go for all the achievements, and so at some point I had to collect them all. No, the boom hammer.
I thought you didn't care about achievements.
I don't, but I was like, I'm beating this game so many times, I might as well. Like, I was just playing it over and over again because I liked it and wanted to play it.
Well, why are
like,
you giving me
while
so
I'm-
much shit when I say the same thing with EU4?
Well, I didn't activate or deactivate a mode to get the achievements. I was doing it as I was passing by. Like, literally, it's like, I'm gonna be in the area, so I might as well take a left here and grab this while I'm on my way. You're saying that we should turn off a mode so that we can get achievements.
The mode you turn
that's
off is
specifically
cheat
designed.
mode. I don't feel like
I
that's
know,
too
but
big a
I'm-
difference.
I'm saying that, like, well, also, it also means you can't have mods.
Well, that's a
So
whole
you're
different-
saying that we can't cheat and we can't have mods so that we can get achievements. I think that's very different from me saying while I'm playing the game.
Well, I'm willing to not do that if mods are involved, but if
That's
there's
what
no
I'm
mods,
saying. You're willing to compromise part of the experience to get achievements. I was already getting them. Do you not see how that's different?
Not really.
To get achievements in EU4, you have to have Iron Man mode on, and you cannot have mods on, which means that you cannot cheat and you cannot have mods on.
Yeah.
When I was getting achievements in Bloodborne, I was already in the areas where all I had to do was talk to an NPC or pick something up. I did not exclude any part of the game from myself to get said achievements. So I did not go out of my way to get them. They were there. Whereas to get achievements in EU4, you must not cheat and not use mods, meaning that you must exclude yourself from some of the experience of the game.
I have been perfectly fine with using no mods. I don't feel like
I'm
that
not
really
saying that's not
compromises
an
the
argument.
game.
No, this is a straw man, because that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're saying what I said earlier was the same, and it's clearly not. I don't care if you like having mods or not. I'm saying it's different.
It's like, we're not arguing if the game is better or worse with mods or not. We're saying that you cannot have mods and get achievements at the same time, which I don't like. If you're fine with it, that's fine, but I'm not.
Fair enough. I guess I'll give
It's like, what I'm saying as well is that when I was doing Bloodborne, I did not have to alter anything I did to get the achievements, and that's why I got them, and that's why I sought after them, because I didn't have to do anything extra except play the game. I didn't have to do anything particularly out of the ordinary crazy. I did not have to do some special mode or anything like that. It was literally talk to all the NPCs, learn all the gestures, get all the weapons, defeat all the bosses, that kind of stuff. So, it is radically different.
Yeah, but EU4 is one of those games where, yes, you can do it and not have, like, a goal in mind, but the achievements for EU4 are mostly just to give yourself a goal to work for, because a lot of it is very open. It's very open-ended,
Yes,
and without something...
But to get the achievements, you must be in Iron Man mode and not use mods. I don't like being in Iron Man mode, and I like mods.
Which is fair.
And all games do that, and achievements themselves made it to where cheat codes in games don't exist anymore for that reason. So I don't like achievements as a general rule. It's like everything you've said is not countered that what I just said. And if you're fine with that, that's fine. But it has nothing to do with what I said earlier. Like as Jordan said down there, it's the difference between, hey, let's stop by that nice restaurant while we're in town, or hey, let's drive 2 hours out of our way to go to that restaurant.
I feel like a better analogy would be, hey, let's, instead of just going to any restaurant, we just go to this particular restaurant. Yes, it is out of the way, but it's a new experience.
Well, there's also the difference between the tone of the achievements. Bloodborne's achievements really are just play all the game, whereas EU4's many of their achievements is do something insane.
That is true. I will give you. The achievements for
So
EU4
they're really not comparable in any way.
except insofar as they are achievements.
Except that there are milestones in the game. That's literally the only similarity they have. And even in my first playthrough, I didn't mess with achievements because I don't like achievements. I only did it after I played the game over and over again. I've only done that with Bloodborne, because Bloodborne is one of the few games that made it so that I didn't have to go out of my way to get them. I don't understand achievements. Well, I do understand achievements. Like, they specifically put them in games that have microtransactions in them to give you a false sense of achievement for playing them longer so that you pay more money for microtransactions. That's why achievements exist.
I feel like even more than that, it's just so that you play the game. While it also helps with the whole microtransaction.
Developers didn't care about how long you played a game until there was a monetary incentive for you to do so. And so if a game has a living economy or many DLC, then it has no incentive to care what you do with the game after you buy it.
Fair.
And you'll notice the games that have the more involved achievements tend to be the ones that have microtransactions in them.
Actually doing a lot.
I think in the
better
history
than-
of my video game playing, I think there's only 2 games I got all the achievements in, and that was Bloodborne and The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. And it's because in both of those games, they involve just playing the game.
I have never gotten all the achievements in any game I've played.
How
I haven't really
ironic.
cared to.
Like, I don't care for achievements, and I actively dislike them. But I've done it in 2 games before.
Yeah. I mean, even in... There aren't very many games where I care about achievements. It's just stuff like I would say that the achievements in Red Dead are exactly the kind of achievements that we would agree on. They're just achievements that you get just for playing the game, and they already have like extra stuff that you unlock by doing the things. So it's just, you already have incentive in game to do it. But like most games that I've played, achievements just aren't really anything I care about. It's cool to get them sometimes, I guess, just so that I can have them. But it's not
Well, that runs
I
contrary
care.
to the fact that before I was saying you should stop turning Iron Man mode on for like games like Crusader Kings, so that if something goes wrong, we could fix it. And you said you didn't want to do that because you wanted achievements. So that runs
Specifically, EU4 and other Paradox games, I will say I do care about them with. They are.
So it's just the opposite for what you just said earlier.
I said most games I don't care about them. I would not.
Very convenient.
I would be very. I would be very, very okay with saying that Paradox games are probably the only games that I genuinely care about getting the achievements. Mostly just because they give me incentive to play things that I wouldn't normally play. Like I would never have played like there's a certain province in Ethiopia, of all places, that is the only Jewish province in the game. And you can only do a Jewish playthrough as your religion if you take that nation. And there's an achievement for doing so. But I would not have known that unless I looked up something from a third-party thing, or if I just looked at the achievement. Because it doesn't exactly advertise all those tiny little nations that die before you ever hit like 1600 in a normal day.
I have to disagree with you on the Red Dead Redemption 2 ones. I'm looking at the achievement because I was like, I can't really argue it because I don't know any of them.
I could be wrong.
For one thing, they have achievements for the online mode, and the online mode has a microtransaction system.
Well, I've never even attempted.
And the second thing is that a lot of achievements, sure, they give achievements for like completing chapters, but like, for example, and there are many achievements like this, one of the achievements is get attacked by a bear 18 times and kill the bear every single time. And when they say attacked, they mean like maul. 18 times, and don't die any of those 18 times. If you break that sequence, then you gotta start again. And there are many achievements in the list that are like that, so that definitely would not be a good example. That sort of falls directly into what I said, in that there's the online ones that contrive reasons for you to stay online longer to pay the microtransactions, and then there's the really out-of-the-way crazy ones that they do, just so that you play the game longer, so that you'll play the expansions and then play the online mode and get them to then that cycle.
That I do not disagree with. Fucking 1, 2, 3. But I don't know. With EU4,
You like started down a path, went down another path, like, no, fuck it.
Yeah. With EU4, I just like having ideas.
You like going for the achievements, and there's nothing wrong with that. The start of this conversation was you saying that I was doing it and that I was a hypocrite.
I wasn't trying to say you were a hypocrite. I was just drawing what I felt was a comparison.
Yeah.
You
It's like if you
fucking
like
rat
doing
bastard!
achievements, it's fine.
Every single fucking time I want to run past here, you decide you want to go fucking apeshit.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have to waste a fucking blood vial on you every single goddamn time. Go all the way back here because I don't want to waste the few blood vials I already have. Annoyance. We still need to do our best Protestant buddies playthrough.
We do. It is something that's been on my mind. There's just so many things to play.
That's fair. And you have D&D stuff to do now. I don't
I'm
envy you.
incredibly busy with D&D.
I don't envy you. I am excited, though. I'll say that. It's been a minute since I've been able to be a player.
I sent a list to Jordan earlier of like all the things that I need to do and how I have a big enough workload that I've broken it up into days. Where it's like, to this day I'm going to do this, and this day I'm going to do this, and this day I'm going to do this, and hopefully I'll be done by Friday.
Hopefully.
And after sending that, I remembered that there was a big thing that I forgot to finish, and that's I have a list of all the unlockable perks that I have like written down and stuff like that, so that I can have it on the Notion page, so you guys can see unlockable perks, so that you can see if there's something you want to work towards, if there's a particular perk that would be useful for you, if there's some weird contrivance I'm going to try to make you do to get it. And I'm not anywhere near done with that, because I kind of forgot about it. So I gotta do that too.
Yay!
It is the one that if I didn't finish that, it'd be fine.
DMing is a lot of work.
I have already decided that I'm no longer going to edit people's inventories live. And what I'm going to start doing is making it to where the Notion pages will only be useful for at the beginning of the stream looking to see what you have. And that I'm not going to update them until after the stream.
That sounds fair. If it goes well, I might start it.
I downloaded some Fallout specific character sheets. And I'm gonna mess with them. They have like Fallout iconography on it, and they have some of the Fallout D&D mechanics, like slots open on them, like for like tracking radiation and stuff like that. I'm gonna look at those, and I might have those as master sheets, and then so I can quickly edit people's health and inventories on the fly. And then after the session at some point, I'll go back and mess with the Notion pages to update them in real time. I thought about changing the format of the Notion pages so that I could update them quicker. But since I already have them written down, it's just going to be way too much fucking. So I'm just going to basically put your guys' information on character sheets that I have. And I'll give you guys copies of them if you guys want to mess with them so that you can keep track as well. That way if something goes wrong, oh, you got hit by the hand of God.
Oh, that's what that was.
It happened.
That's the first time I've seen it. He just reared up and then all of a sudden I was dead.
Yeah, that's the hand of God. It hit you on the tip of your toe and insta-killed you.
Yay.
Yeah, just don't get hit by that ever, for any reason. He loves making... That's usually the first attack he does when you come out of the gate. He reaches his hand all the way to the stars and brings it down upon you.
Get away. It worked.
You just gotta run and push them over as you go by them.
Yeah, he wasn't sure how to handle it, so he decided he wanted to try a big ranged attack from fucking 2 feet away.
You stepped on my toenail. That was said by a human person. In a normal context.
When was this?
In school. That was something that goes back... Oh fuck, I just realized that's like fucking 12 years ago. But, we were in a cafeteria in school, and some someone walked by her in the hallway and she pushed the other girl and she said, "Bitch, you stepped on my toenail!" Like, really loud. And it's never ever left our minds. The eldritch truth that is someone saying that you stepped on my toenail to another living person that's not like a SNL skit.
How does it make you feel to know that there are people you share this earth with who say things like that?
Experiences in high school with people like that is what led to us making the Monarch. We like took several key people that we like observed and like mushed them together into a homunculus being.
A beautiful, beautiful homunculus. The Miznatch ain't never gonna die. Leave me alone. Let me cut you. Oh, the 3-hit combo didn't kill me.
Yeah, it's the first time ever. You will get grabbed though.
No. No.
In context of the fact that you dodged that, you will get grabbed now.
No.
Parsec hates its fire so bad.
Really didn't like it. Oh!
Made him angry.
Yeah.
Right up until you died there, you were doing pretty great. You hit him a lot and you were only on 15 blood vials.
Yeah. I thought I was doing alright, but it just wasn't enough. He just did lots of damage real quick.
It's like one part the other Jordan.
Jody Joe.
Another part the Monarch. I'm not gonna say the other Jordan's last name.
It's just Jody Joe.
Yeah, Jordy Jor. It's part her, part David Bowie.
Raw sex appeal.
It's like androgynous, like sex, and then like I think another good part would probably be Cher. So I think if you took them and like put them in a bottle and shook it violently, I think you get demizity nizity.
There was lots of thugnificent nonsense in Mount Vernon.
Anytime we put her in a game, we do tend to like try to come up with a different way to say her name. And over like the 10 plus years we've been doing that, we have so many aliases for her at this point.
There's obviously the Monarch, the Miznatch, the Mizzle Mizzle.
Nizity nizity.
Fuck.
I think the Cher parts of it is fully being like 80 years old and still looking like a 30-year-old woman. I think that's where Cher comes in. And like the fashion, and then David Bowie also the fashion and the insanity of David Bowie.
But is the Miz Mizzle not ageless and timeless?
And just the incredible power that people like David Bowie and Cher have, and just put them into and mush them together.
They are quite powerful in
They just command the rooms when they're in them.
At the very least, David Bowie was. Sad guy.
Till his death unlocked the seals, the ancient seals.
His body was the only thing holding him back.
He told us in his songs that he was leaving and he was ascending and he was leaving us all behind.
He really
Dat Miznatch I. So Dat Miznatch I is one name. Or actually, I think it's Dat Miznatch the first, probably. Damizity Nizdy, Mizzle My Nizzle, I is B Monarch. Those are names that we've applied to her over the years in different games.
What was the last thing they were created?
I think the last time it was like earnestly done would probably be Fallout 4. Where we had like a really masculine male character with a beehive haircut, a dress, and high heels. Like walking around beating people to death with their bare hands. Yeah, there's an outfit in Fallout 4 where there's like a person in like a trench coat and heels where they show off a lot of leg, and they have like a trench coat with a collar made of like peacock feathers or like ostrich feathers. And we got that outfit, wore it, and they have wigs you can have in that game, and we put a beehive haircut on, and we got a Deathclaw gauntlet, and we called it My Nails. And it killed everything. Like, Demonic would walk up to someone, and the attack animations were the best, because it looked like an open hand slap most of the time because of how it looked like. So she would open hand slap some man's head clean off his shoulders.
That perfectly fits.
And since like I maxed out the muscularity and size of the character, and they were in high heels with a beehive haircut, they were fully at like 9 foot, so they were like towering over everyone when they were talking to people.
Just slapping people into the dirt.
Fashion's very important for it. You must make a fashion statement if you're playing as the Monarch in any game.
You must. Have we stuck to the purple scheme, or is it just pretty?
It drifts. We sometimes bring it back home to purple and stuff, but it tends to drift.
He's killing lots. There's like the one guy that looks like that too. He just loves to kill.
Yeah, there's him, and then the ones that are in the Blood Valley leading up to Ludwig, with the big cannons.
I never actually tried to fight them. I got shot once, and it took out most of my health.
Jordan was talking about how we had the Monarch in Mass Effect 3, and we did the whole game as the Monarch. The game having a custom creator that allows you to make monsters is required. But we made the Monarch in Mass Effect 3, and the ending we got to the end of Mass Effect 3 was so bad that we decided it linked to Fallout New Vegas, because we had also put the Monarch in Fallout New Vegas at one point. And we said that she was comatose from the ending of Mass Effect 3, and then after the world had ended, it goes into Fallout New Vegas hundreds of years later, where she wakes up again. Yeah, and then at the end of Fallout New Vegas, she decided she needed to go back in time to stop the aliens from invading, to stop the events of Mass Effect 3, so she went in Saints Row 4 to stop. We have like a timeline for the Monarch. With her former husband, El Presidente Smackdown. Her divorced husband. He is so angry. He is really upset with you.
He did not like bleeding all over the place. He wants to keep patting me. Pat me down. No! No! Rat bastard.
You got really close to getting to the second phase.
Almost got there. Does he explode when he hits his second phase?
His whole second phase is AoE stuff. It's not the same fight. The whole fight's different. You'll see.
But does he explode like as he's transforming into a second phase?
He makes a lot of fire happen everywhere. I don't think he explodes when he transitions to the second phase. I don't think he does. I can't recall.
Running a little low on bullets.
You never thought that would happen, huh?
It's been a long time since I've seen that.
It's why the grinding for blood vials from the school's also good, because they tend to drop a lot of bullets.
They do.
So you get two birds with one stone. You get the bullets, and then you can use the souls to buy the blood vials.
Well, some more farming might be in the future.
Actively looking up James Franco, because I remember he was in a movie, and in the movie is like, in my opinion, is the earliest seen the Monarch ever. There's a character that shows up briefly in that film.
The raw sex appeal is important.
Oh, I see on Wikipedia, James Franco's filmography is colored purple, which means I've clicked it before, and I probably clicked it before specifically looking for this exact thing.
They know you're looking up Eldritch Horrors. Excuse me, sir. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh, he grabbed me. I'm dead. Oh, not instantly. He was very generous.
You know, films, like covers of films, are not kind to James Franco. I'm noticing a lot of them, like, where clearly the editor, like, needed to put them in Photoshop for the cover. And they have done a real number to his face in a lot of these covers. Just from someone just going ham on him for some reason. And it's pretty consistent with him. Someone in the editing room fucking hates him.
Not grabbing me this time. Didn't realize that's what that was. We're fine.
So in the film Your Highness, there is a creature called Martete, Marteetee, and it's like a warlord who lives in the woods. And in my opinion, that's the earliest historical example, true fact historical example of the Monarch.
I guess I'm gonna have to see what this Martete looks like. Once I kill this flaming cleric beast. He's not that hard. Dumb on. Okay. Just poke him to get away. Don't die. Told you. Fuck. Fine. I'm already here. that first attack did a lot more damage than I'm used to. Don't know why I did so much damage.
So I found a clip of Martiti on YouTube. The only one I found is in German, which makes it, in my opinion, far more terrifying. But I'm going to put it in Discord of Martiti.
Well, Jordan
Just so that
can
you
listen
know.
to it in German as we. Oh, I see. Oh, it's so quiet.
Guten Tag, meine kleinen Bienchen, und willkommen zu meinem ganz besonderen Spektakel. Heute habe ich ein Leckerbissen für euch, denn ihr dürft dabei zusehen, wie ein Heer von bilbernden Männern ihren Verderben ins Auge blickt.
Know that the actual character in the movie has an oddly deep voice, by the way.
I see. And what movie is this again?
Your Highness, it's like James Franco and Danny McBride
I think I
in like
vaguely
a sort
remember
of
it.
fantasy parody film.
Ooh, he missed me.
It's real raunchy.
He has just a little. I don't even know what you call that hairstyle.
I don't know what it is. It's a Demonarchian hairstyle. And whenever I first watched the movie, when that scene came up, my first thought was like, "Oh, this is like pre-Roman Britain." Like that might be where Demonarch was first witnessed by man, like pre-Roman, like Gaelic Britain.
It's when they first became known to the world. Can't really name any of James Franco's movies. Wasn't he in Year One? No, that was Jack Black.
Who?
James Franco. I can't think of any movies off the top of my head.
Year one was Jack Black and the kid from Arrested Development, whose name I can't remember.
Yeah. I don't know why he's decided he wants to hurt me a lot more now.
Yeah, you were doing real good there for a bit.
Yeah, and now it seems like he hits me twice and I'm dead.
I will warn you that Jordan and I died more during his second phase than his first phase. So there's that. Simply because in his second phase, there's nowhere to safely stand. As I said, fire is everywhere, and there are very few locations you can stand without succumbing. That could just be a New Game Plus million thing, though. Maybe the fire does a lot more damage in the later times.
Well, I would imagine so. But I don't know. I don't like the entire arena being engulfed in flames. That idea does not exactly suit me.
You absolutely will see what I mean when it happens.
Well, we gotta get there first. We haven't gotten to that second phase yet.
Maybe it'll be fine, and you'll just shove the chainsaw down his gullet, and you'll kill the piss out of him when he gets to the second form. Because he's a lot closer down to your body level in the second form.
Oh. Well, maybe I can even get some head hits on him. As long as
That
he
is
doesn't
definitely
insta-kill
what
me.
you can do. You can hit him with loads in the head in the second form.
What are some of James Franco's movies?
Say what?
What are some of James Franco's movies? I really genuinely can't think of anybody.
The Sam Raimi Spider-Man films. He did that movie, something hours, which was that movie about the guy who fell down in a canyon, got his hand stuck for a couple days, and he had to cut his own hand off to get out. Was that film?
127 hours. I didn't know.
Yeah. He loves working with Seth Rogen. He did the Pineapple Express with him, which was weirdly successful.
That's probably the main one that I remember. seeing.
Yeah, and then they did a movie after that called The End of the World or The End Is Nigh or something like that, which is about the world ending in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And and it had like all of their celebrity friends in it. Basically, they just went around Hollywood and asked, "Hey, you want to be in a weird film?"
Yeah, I remember that one. That very much sounds like what they probably did for that movie.
He very, very much was a dramatic actor until he like started hanging out with Seth Rogen. I mean, not Seth Rogen. Was it Seth Rogen? Yeah, Seth Rogen. Yeah.
It probably.
There's too many Seths in Hollywood. He started hanging out with him, and he just like became a personal friend with him. Just got high with him a lot in real life, and just started making comedies all the time.
That's all it takes.
There's a couple of actors that have made that journey, where they start off as a serious actor and then find out that comedy is fun, and they do that instead. Some really great actors have done that, by the way. Like, that was kind of the path that Jack Nicholson started going on for a while there. He did a 1, 2, 3.
Sure did. And I got 6 bullets left. 6 whole bullets.
You can just go to the school and grind for a bit, because you're probably really low on blood vials, too.
Probably. I was already...
You're probably down to 50 or under. Maybe. I haven't really been keeping track.
I'd be surprised if I have maybe like 2 more full sets left. You know, while I wouldn't necessarily say that Will Ferrell is the greatest actor, he is a funny actor.
I have a little fun fact about him. Whenever he started SNL, apparently he was incredibly attractive, and apparently had he was described by someone having a body like an Adonis, and was like really muscular and stuff like that. And he put himself out of shape because it was funnier. Because a lot of the roles they had him do in SNL were going to be ones where he was shirtless, and he thought it would be funnier if he was like a flubby kind of guy. And then after that, he sort of got the personality and like image of being like an everyday man, and so he just stuck with it.
I mean, it's worked for him. I never hear about any of his movies anymore, but it's worked for him.
We're streaming, by the way, Tyler.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I was, we were talking about Demonarch and the history of Demonarch, and I was telling that clip is, in my opinion, the earliest colorized image of Demonarch, and the only clip I can find of it on YouTube was in German.
Yeah. For some reason, the German version sounds better.
I was telling him it's like with the actual character, the character Martiti has a weirdly deep voice as well. But Martiti is the first colorized image ever to be seen of Demonarch from pre-Roman Britain.
From long, long ago.
I thought Cleopatra was also the monarch at some point.
Well, that would be like, centuries later.
Oh, would it? Fuck, I don't know. When I think ancient Egypt, I think like ancient Egypt.
Cleopatra was
Cleopatra
alive
was-
during
Yeah, you're
Roman
right.
times.
She was around where Augustus was his thing.
She fucked
It's like
him.
she was
No,
Julius,
Julius. No, it was Augustus.
She fucked both
Julius
of them.
and Augustus.
Yes.
Was Julius Caesar's mistress, but sided with Mark Antony when Augustus Caesar fought over who got to claim to be the true Caesar.
I'm such a smart fella. Me know me history, people.
Friends,
Kind
Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him.
You know, I know like so much about Julius Caesar, but I have never read nor seen Julius Caesar the play.
Really?
We had to do
Yeah,
that during
I
high
haven't.
school.
No, we didn't. We
I know I did. Well, I
we did
guess
some
I
other
might have done
Shakespeare
it.
stuff in high school.
Oh, that's right. I did that over at Belleville. I guess you guys wouldn't have had to do that.
We did some Shakespeare stuff where I got to explain in detail my hatred of Romeo and Juliet, and that whole experience went really fine because I actually could understand Shakespearean language really easily. So like we had like the special books where it had the the Shakespearean on one side and it had like a translated version on the other. I don't remember which play it was. And I got through it way faster because I just read the Shakespearean version. I knew what they were talking about.
I mean, if you can get the general gist of what they're talking about, the rest of it's really just context. Shakespeare had lots of dirty jokes.
He did. I have not read nor seen a rendition of Julius Caesar, despite knowing heaps and heaps about Julius Caesar.
I read it twice, and I saw a movie of the play. So I'm very well versed in that movie. I actually really like it.
I think I saw like
One of my favorites.
It was in black and white, the one I saw. I think I saw it in Broccoli's class.
The one I saw was in Technicolor.
Et tu, Brute was not what Julius Caesar said when he died. I don't, off the top of my head, remember what he said when he died. But it was not Et tu, Brute. That was an invention of Caesar.
Did he say anything?
Yeah, I don't remember what it is, though.
I imagine it'd be real difficult to speak with more than 50 fucking stab wounds in you.
Most of the stab wounds were post-mortem.
Well, that's...
He actually was stabbed about 6 times. And most of the stab wounds that happened to him were happened by senators who wanted to say that they were played a part in it, but actually did nothing. They waited until he was good and dead before they decided to make their move.
Fucks.
They also did stuff like they dipped their hands in his blood, so that when they went out there, like, I have the blood of Caesar on me, look, I've killed the tyrant. That would later mark them for execution. They didn't know that at the time. They thought the people of Rome would have a very different opinion over Caesar's death than they did.
Yeah, they really kind of misjudged and misplayed their hand there.
It's almost like they were a bunch of aristocrats who were disconnected from reality.
Ooh. That's harsh, man. Why would you say that about some obvious people who just wanted the better for Rome?
That's what they would say.
All they did was kill the king that they had deposed many hundreds of years ago.
That's actually one of the reasons they chose Brutus to do the assassination, because the name of the man who deposed the last king of Rome was also named Brutus.
I actually did know that one. Some very nice naming. And they were the Tarquins? Were they the Tarquinians or Tarquins? The kings that were deposed? I think that's what their names were. Some old Latin words. I'm curious, what were the old Roman kings claim to fame? Did they claim to be descended from Romulus or something?
Well, the old Roman kings' main thing was defense against the Etruscans, because at the time of before the Roman Republic, the dominant force in Italy were the Etruscans, and so they were more of an existential like thing to where, you know, keep me king, I can make sure everything runs well and defend you from the invaders. So the idea of the person in charge leading the army was kind of planted with that. We have very little specifics on them because the Roman Republic later, like, you know, did a lot of iconoclasm, and
As they do. Rome tends to do those.
mm-hmm.
They did it then, and then they decided that once the wrong Christians were over there in the East, that they wanted to do the right Christianity, so they did it again. And then they did it again whenever they decided that obscenity was too much, so they gotta lop off David's dick.
Poor David.
Poor David.
Makes me think of my bearded friend.
He has a tree of life
Chop
growing
the
on
dick
his
off your
chest.
hat.
He is a very hairy boy.
So, when it comes to Caesar's last words, there are two sources from the time. One of them said that he said nothing, and that he merely pulled a toga over his head before he died, which is something the Romans did as a sign. They believed that having your toga over your face as you die was an honorable way to die. So that was something that a lot of, if they knew they were going to die, they would do that. The other one is said as he looked at Brutus, he said, "You too, my child."
Which is et tu, Brute, right?
Yeah. It's like, but the et tu, Brute, the line et tu, Brute, doesn't show up in any ancient sources until William Shakespeare prints Julius Caesar.
Well, yeah. Shakespeare took lots of liberties with his quote-unquote historical works. I don't remember if Titus Andronicus was a historical work or not, though. I think it was just a tragedy. But he had a number of other stories that took place in Rome that were supposedly historical works.
Brutus's life, by the way, and the politics of him with Rome is a lot. He has a very complicated life. So
He was Caesar's
like
nephew or something like that, wasn't he?
it's complicated. So politically he was a conservative, but his mother was Julius Caesar's favorite mistress. And that was okay because his mother was a widower, and the Romans believed that once a woman had become a widower, she was free to do whatever the fuck she wanted. Mm-hmm. She had children, and she had served as a wife, and so since she did her womanly duties and her husband was no longer with her, she basically had all the rights and respect a male citizen would have because she paid her dues.
She done her duty.
And so she was free to be with whoever she wanted, and so she could be Caesar's mistress without it running any issues in the family. So she was Caesar's mistress, and that started when Brutus was a very young child. So Julius Caesar had a very father-son type of relationship with Brutus. And at the same time, he was a conservative, but the leader of the conservative faction at the time was Pompey. And Pompey had ordered the death of Brutus's father when Brutus was a part of a plot against Pompey years before. So it's a lot of interwoven intricacies.
It's too Brute. After I've done so much for you.
Brutus had actually betrayed Caesar like a load of times. And Caesar kept showing him mercy.
My child.
Like, repeatedly. And then in the Civil War that followed, Brutus was one of the only people who were, like, ideologically was in it. Brutus actually has some really depressing final words as well. Like, he committed suicide when it was clear it wasn't going well.
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in Greece. I think somewhere in the mountains of Greece, to really emphasize it wasn't going well. And if I remember right, in his final words, it was something along the lines of like, "I kill myself knowing that history will look on me fondly, whereas the history will forget the tyrant Julius Caesar." It's like, well,
About that.
it's like the name Caesar becomes synonymous for power for several millennia, and you're depicted as being in the worst part of hell. So
Yeah, literally being gnawed on in your back.
and everyone associates your name with treason and trickery.
You're literally in there with Judas. That's pretty bad.
It's like, so I'm sorry to tell you, but that's not how this plays out.
How are you guys doing?
Doing good. Apparently Jordan's had power issues, and that's why he's not on the stream.
Fix it.
Go on without me, he says.
Mm-hmm.
Fix
It's
it.
like, we were having some storms earlier, so in my head, I like to imagine there were horrible floods, and they're like taking him away. Like he's in the street, like and the flood's draining down, and he's like reaches out, it's like, go on without me.
Or just like in a little boat or something.
No, I imagine he's just like chest deep in water. That's like it's running fast enough that it's like turning white. The water is.
So then how would he be
and
typing?
We're just in a boat, but we can't go back and save him.
I imagine he's just in like a little rowboat, and he's just floating down the Mississippi River at this point. And
It's just he's in his living room in a rowboat,
yeah,
looking as his computer floats away in the water.
still plugged in and working though.
He has his phone on.
He'll make it eventually.
I would suggest we could do Gladius.
We are doing a stream, although we probably have another 30 minutes left before we get to the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, we got about 30 minutes. Right in the head, and it did a
We're
little
stuck on several bosses.
several dicks of bosses.
and we keep having the solution of it's like, well, we'll leave them and we'll go to another one. And then get stuck on that one.
We'll go get a little refresher on this other boss. Die lots.
Where it's some of the hardest bosses in the game by far. So
Hooray.
it's Lawrence and the orphan. Cross.
The orphan. Oh God, the orphan. I don't feel as bad dying to Lawrence as I do dying to the orphan. Because that orphan just decides sometimes that I need to die, and there's nothing I can do about it. He's a real right shitter. You do that. You do that. You do like to just wander into streams.
Fall down right into him.
Which is perfectly fine. We love hearing from you. But I'd like it if you were there in the beginning.
Oh, I'm sorry then.
I put mic check in the chat.
I have the exact I have the exact opposite thing. If I'm not there for the beginning of a stream, I won't show up at all. Even with whole series, because even though I'm interested in Crusader Kings 3, I wasn't in like the first couple episodes, so I don't like the idea of showing up later and dictating things.
When it comes to dictating things, that's different. But just being there for communication's sake and just to be there, I don't mind it.
That hand almost got ya.
You need to go away. Go away. I'm not about to heal for you people. Not that you can be considered people anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but I don't know if that would have been taken right under the context of me watching or not.
They're goo men, so.
They're very wet. I'll say that. They're very wet and they like to make awful gurgling noises.
You know what? This is actually pretty damning. When he said that, I was actually going to quote Ronald Reagan, and it was going to be hilarious. But it would actually, in the context of what he was saying, would have been so vile that it actually would have had the possibility of getting you in trouble with Twitch. And it's an actual Ronald Reagan quote.
Oh, well, now that we're talking specifically in terms of Ronald Reagan quotes, I'm sure you can probably say it at this point, because it was Ronald Reagan that said it and not us.
Yeah. Ronald Reagan
This
said
is a quote.
Yeah.
I was going to point out they're nothing but monkeys in suits.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, that's what Nixon said. That comes from a recording that he, because Nixon famously recorded himself. Reagan was governor of California at the time, and there were ambassadors from Zaire, now the Congo.
I remember.
Were in the White House. Yeah, and after they left the room, he was having a private conversation with Nixon, and he said, "Look, I'm walking around here without shoes on, like monkeys in suits." And Nixon kind of laughed it off. And then when Reagan left the room, Nixon went like, "Oof, wow!" Like Nixon turned to his aides and said, "Wow." He was so racist that he made Nixon go, "Wow."
That's bad.
Richard Nixon.
Richard
Like, I don't
Milhouse
say
Nixon said,
He was
wow.
like, he just like straight up said that.
Fun
Wow,
fact, Mil-
fellas, that's
Fun fact.
It's like, well,
Fun,
he's a nutter. I hope he doesn't become president.
fun
I
fact.
hope he never becomes
Milhouse
president
from
and
The
ruins this
Simpsons was
country.
named after Nixon. Yeah.
oh, terrible. Oh no,
Terrible.
this is terrible.
Gotta shake his jowls.
That's who Nixon is.
He's a fucking rabid dog.
Now I'm just imagining
Like,
the
no,
future
Nixon,
on
don't
it.
chew on your stoop like that. He's just like chewing
I'm
on the arm.
so angry at Vietnam.
I'm so angry at communists.
Someone's breaking in.
At the mention of the word communist, he just has another aneurysm, and his eyes just start bulging out of his head, and he goes into an uncontrollable rage.
Let's say at least Nixon did positive stuff.
I imagine he has the foaming mouth when
Oh, yeah.
that also happened.
Well, that's a good
I imagine he has like the long jowl drooling of like a fucking Saint Bernard dog.
You know,
eager for the blood of leftists and communists and liberals.
Scum.
Do you think that Nixon would be pro-Trump?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I can't really
would I be
predict
pro-Trump?
about things because, like, when the Trump era happened, Republicans who I thought would flip didn't, and then the ones who I thought they'd be steadfast did. So I don't know.
Liz Cheney has decided to start saying bad things.
I
about
would have
Trump.
never have guessed that, and I thought Lindsey Graham was solidly in our corner on that issue at the time.
He acted like it, and then he didn't.
But yeah, like
he
I said,
chose his side.
He did.
Nixon did some positive stuff. He started the EPA, started detente with China, ended Vietnam. He did positive things.
But the drug war.
He did that too. But I'm just saying that at least there's a reason for his presidency.
I mean, sure.
He had some legitimacy.
I mean, you could also say that Trump did do Operation Warp Speed.
He didn't though. He actively harmed it.
I mean, he did, but
I
at the
can
very least,
actively, unlike Nixon, who actively wanted and pushed and did master diplomacy to get China to come to table for things. Trump actively harmed Operation Warp Speed, and if he wasn't involved in it, I guarantee you we would have actually gotten it sooner.
probably.
Because every time he stepped his fucking icky fingers in it, his icky, possibly sticky fingers in it, he fucked it up in some new and exciting way.
I do imagine that he's much like a toddler in that his hands are always sticky and no one ever really knows why.
They're wet. They smell like sausages.
And we
Because
didn't get
the
the
info-
sausages.
The information that has been released thus far that we have foretells that the more he got involved with things, the worse things got.
I wonder why.
It's almost like he didn't want America to do anything about the coronavirus.
Having a non-functioning mind tends to be bad for a world leader.
Yeah.
Like, Nixon was a bad guy, but he wasn't fucking insane.
That is true. That is true.
And then Reagan was one of those people whose sanity is questionable.
Gotta stop those welfare queens, you know? They're just mooching on the economy.
His sanity is very questionable.
My good wife Nancy here will help me get rid of drugs in this country. And I will
Nancy
get rid of
Reagan.
blacks.
He did speak good. He had speaky powers.
That's all
My
you
wife
need.
Nancy
That is literally
is,
all you need to be president.
My
Well,
wife
he
Nancy
was also a
pretty good
celebrity.
at a knife.
Well, that also helps. But
He could speak really good. He was a celebrity. He ran at a very opportune time where there was a lot of problems happening in the country, and he came from a state that had a large donor base. So it was a perfect storm.
I find it very hypocritical and ironic that a lot of conservatives complain about like actors and shit.
Oh yeah.
Who decide that they want to express their political opinions, and they say, go make your music, go play your sports, and then they elect Ronald Reagan.
And then they elected Donald Trump.
And they elect Trump. Yes, that too.
A television star.
Yeah, it's almost like they have
It's almost like they love projection.
Yeah, and like.
And that if they're doing something, they'll throw it at you because they can't help the fact that they're doing it. And they want to throw it at you so that they can just say you're doing it and they can muddy the waters.
Yeah, and then it doesn't matter if they do it because you're doing
I mean,
it.
they practically deified Scott fucking Baio because they looked for the one celebrity in Hollywood that they could find, and he was on TV once 30 years ago. And they were like, and they fucking gave him as many platforms as they could possibly give him.
While you definitely could do that, you do have to be careful, though, Jordan. That was the time of AIDS.
It was.
It was very much the time of AIDS.
Although, you can say that Reagan did do some good stuff, too. Because if I recall correctly, I think Reagan was who appointed Dr. Fauci.
Well, good for him.
I think that may have been Reagan. Because you said that and it made me think of it because Fauci was the point man in the U.S. response to the AIDS epidemic.
And you know a Christian would say the devil killed Jesus, but that don't mean we worship him.
Yeah, the list of good things Reagan did really is pretty shallow. I'm like racking my brain trying to think of them. There was a lot of stuff that happened that he had nothing to do with that he got credit for because he just happened to be president at the time.
He made DARE.
Yeah,
the
but was that
disastrous
positive?
program that is DARE.
It's like, was that a positive?
Let's tell kids about all the drugs they should watch out for. And
Drug
names
use has
for 'em
risen
and how
since
to
DARE
obtain
became
them.
a thing.
Yeah, I can't really think of very many positive things he did because, like, it's not like he contributed to the fall of the Soviet Union. I mean, because he gets credited with helping defeat the Soviet Union. He gets credited for, like,
He didn't
boosting
do that
the
shit.
economy, but the things that did all that were things that he had no influence in, really.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
I mean, a good example of that is he gets credited for because one of the reasons that Carter went down was the Iran hostage crisis. The Iran hostage crisis and the fuel shortages that happened during Carter's presidency. That got so bad that people were having to wait in line to get their car filled.
The fuel rations happened.
Yeah, for the first time since World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And Carter got the blame. And, like, So the fuel issue started fixing itself before the election even happened. Like, the policies were put in place, and Saudi Arabia lifted a lot of their blockade during the Carter administration. It was just up to supply to catch up. And so, like, within a month into Reagan's administration, it had ended. And the hostage crisis, it was Carter's people that negotiated the end of that. In fact, the hostage crisis ended during the inaugural ball. On the inauguration. Reagan was dancing with Nancy Reagan at the ball when he was informed that the hostages had been released. Those were Carter's people who did that, and those were his two biggest achievements when he came into office, and neither one of them had even a fucking thing to do with him.
Well, he got to ride the wave that the blue people put in before him, so he obviously deserved all the credit.
He did that,
That's how it usually works.
And then all the achievements he had after that were very questionable. Like, there was a big union strike, the air traffic controllers. They were unionized, and they had a big strike, and it shut down the U.S. airlines industry. And Reagan was really aggressive, and he mass fired them. All the ones working in federal places, he mass fired, and he set the precedent that private companies could do the same. And broke the back of the union. And that stopped the strikes, which he got a lot of credit for. And he got a lot of credit for showing strong leadership. Because at the time, unions were seen as this thing that you couldn't fuck with, because they could swing elections. And he was like, no, I'll fuck with them. And so he got credit for being a strong and decisive leader at the time, but he broke the back of the unions in such a way that it would never be repaired. Still hasn't.
And we're suffering for it.
Yes.
We're suffering under a long, hot summer.
So pretty much any time... Oh, the beat makes me dangry.
Clenching your fist, shaking at your desk.
Like, every time... I got to the point where when we were watching Veep, I'd like, get frustrated. Like, I would feel like my heart race, because their oracle powers are too strong. Like, they fully predict the 2020 election, like, fucking 5 years before it happens. Like, to a T. It's stupid.
Some random schmuck who just says all the wrong things gets into office.
We start counting votes in Nevada, and we start counting votes in very specific states in that show that would come up later in real life in 2020 for the same reasons.
Was the show made by people who know things?
The phrase "stop the count" happens at one point. Yeah. They say it because Selena, the main character, gets ahead in Nevada, and they say stop. They start chanting "stop the count" because they want to. They start saying that they're trying to rig the vote against her. And that episode was like in 2017.
I didn't realize that show was
it's
that recent.
Stupid annoying. It makes me angry.
For some reason, I was thinking that show was from like the 90s.
They are so specific.
That's horrible.
You practically expect them to fully say people's names that are correct.
But Senator Manchin, we need his support.
In the beginning, they tried to hide. They tried to make the parties sort of wishy-washy. Like, you can't really. They didn't say Republicans or Democrats, and it was difficult to tell. But after a while, it's like she's a Democrat. It's obvious. It couldn't be more obvious. She's a terrible person, and in fact, in the show, even though she's a Democrat, it's like I want her to lose to the Republican. The Republican's a literal racist that she runs against. I was like, I want him to win. She's really bad. She's giving me some Trump vibes. I want her out of office.
That's real bad.
I spaced out because I was thinking about pizza. Who are we talking about?
This is the second day in a row that you have been obsessed with pizza.
I want to make pizza. I'm gonna make more pizza. I like the same kind of pizza too. I'm gonna make some
Well, I do love both of those shows.
Chicken bacon ranch pizza.
You know, I've been thinking about ordering that from Domino's because I heard that apparently that's a New York thing, chicken bacon ranch.
Pizza Man had an awesome chicken bacon ranch pizza. I will say that.
I've heard that apparently that's really a New York pizza.
Really?
Yeah, chicken
They're
bacon
not
ranch.
bad. They're not bad at all.
I always do light ranch, but I would agree. It is really good.
I recently discovered that Domino's will allow me to put as little or as extra much sauce as I would ask for without charging me more. So I've been experimenting with that lately, yeah.
They charge you extra for cheese, I guess, but I guess they don't.
Yeah, they do.
They don't care about sauce. I usually get chicken bacon Alfredo. And I started asking for extra Alfredo sauce. And
I think we wonder the theories about the sauce, like why it's able to be found free. Does it come out of a hole in the wall?
Deep dish or thin crust?
Deep dish.
I go back and forth. Depends on the pizza, really. I would say that if it's a tomato-based pizza with the tomatoey sauce, I almost always prefer thin. But if you're going more cheese heavy, if you're doing something weird, especially if you're doing chicken, I think if you're doing chicken something, then I think the deep dish is better.
I'm actually the
I have strong opinions about this issue.
I'm actually kind of the opposite myself. I prefer thin crust if I'm doing anything that isn't tomato based, and especially if it has chicken on it, I prefer thin crust.
Because if it's tomato, with tomato-based sauces, I kind of want less sauce, and I'm more about the toppings.
Mm-hmm.
So I tend to go more for a thin crust, generally speaking, thin crust tends to just like taste a little better, but it doesn't handle sauce very well. So if I do a thin crust, I want tomato sauce with just like a thin smear of tomato, basically, and it's all about the toppings. And then if I'm doing something crazy, like my chicken bacon Alfredo, I want thick bread that can sop up the Alfredo.
Yes.
My father has the same opinion about that as Jordan does right there. My father actually prefers thin crust, but he gets the deep dish because he feels that he's getting ripped off for less calories per dollar.
I mean, if you're explicitly going by calories, I understand.
It's just you're buying less if you get thin crust.
Yeah. My normal pizza, whenever I was very poor and I would order from Domino's, it would be a thin crust, medium pepperoni and bacon. And it was light on the sauce, normal cheese, and that was perfect. That was all I needed. It would feed me for like 2 days. But that was at a time, too, when I would maybe eat, like... out of the 7 days, I'd say I probably actually ate food, like 6 out of the 7. Because money.
I go back and forth between my chicken bacon Alfredo with the regular hand-tossed dough. And then I also do a thin crust tomato sauce with beef and ham, which is a wonderful combination, which owes itself very well to putting Parmesan on.
How often do you guys have to look at something like twice to make sure you saw what you saw was what you saw?
It depends on what I'm looking at.
Depends on what I saw. What I saw was what I saw.
Like, I saw Rosie out of her cage, but I guess it was the ghost of her sister.
Sure, that's exactly what that was. I do it with my cat all the time, because if I hear something or see a slight thing moving, I'll check to see that he's not into something. He's made me very paranoid, because he'll get into something, and then I'll have to run him to the vet again, and I don't want to do that, because it costs money, and I'm tired of spending money on it.
I had to take Geo to the vet a while back, because apparently onion is really bad for dogs, and I did not know that.
It's very poisonous.
Yeah, and I
You
did
just
not
gave
know
him
that.
straight onions.
Well, we didn't
You gave him a
straight,
whole onion.
but we put onion in the curry that we make, and he would lick up the curry.
I see.
Yeah.
It causes anemia. Garlic and onion both are poisonous.
Does he
For
like
cats, it's actually worse, garlic and onion. And not that long ago, I spilled some food that had it in it, and he licked it up. And I was just like, you know what? If you die, it's God's will. It's like I just took you to the vet like a month ago because you got in the trash and ate fucking chicken bones. So if you go away, it's God's will. I'm not taking you to the vet again, you little bastard.
Deus Volt.
Yeah. I have a wee Rabo.
If that happens, what you have to do is it works with dogs or cats. If you lift up their lips, and look at their gums, you can check the coloration of their gums to see if they're becoming anemic. Because if they're becoming anemic, what you'll see is their gum line will start turning white. And if their gum line's turning white, that means they're not getting proper blood circulation, and that's the anemia kicking in.
Neat. So, I took Rosie to a vet, and I kind of regret it because I don't think she needed it. It was for her to get fixed. And, I mean, it's supposed to be, like, for behavioral issues, and, like, she doesn't get, like, uterine cancer or whatever. Because rabbits get that, like, 100% or something. I'm like, I'm not financially stable right now.
Yeah.
Let me just throw away $250. And nothing changed, by the way. Like, her behavior remained the same. She didn't get calmer at all. Less destructive at all.
Well, I mean, it's probably still a good thing that you did it. Because it does... I know for cats, changing behavior is 50-50. But I do know that there are, for cats at least, and for some dogs, some breeds of dogs, there are a host of medical conditions that you avoid by getting them fixed. And I would say when it comes to behavior, it probably would have made a more pronounced difference if the rabbit was male.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was reading on. I was like, oh, well, shit.
It's like
The thing is, I probably could have put it off for a while was the thing.
It's like male animals who haven't been neutered tend to become a lot.
They tend to fuck things. They like to fuck the house.
Well, that's with dogs. With cats, if they're males, theoretically they should start spraying. Mine never did, despite the fact that he was an outside cat for like 4 years. I brought him inside. He's never sprayed anything ever. I have him neutered now, but he lived in here for a year without being neutered. He never sprayed anything. But if I have a window open and he could smell the scent of a cat and heat like fucking 3 blocks away, he'd go nuts.
Screaming.
Yeah. And pacing
and
back
can
towards
fuck
the house.
that pussy, he says.
Literally
It's
clawing
not
at the
that
walls.
you said a bad word. It's girl bussy.
You said a gamer word.
Oh, did I?
You did.
Oh, fuck.
It's girl bussy.
Revealed your inner gamer boy.
Oh, shit, bro. I'll take a shot for that.
It's like, oh, shit, I'll go. You take a shot of Mountain Dew.
I mean, if we're talking shots, I got some vodka in the fridge.
Well, vodka that I bought for the election, and I haven't touched it since the election. I drank like 2/3 of the bottle during the election, and it's just been sitting in the freezer downstairs. Haven't touched it once since then.
Dude, that's a good name for him. Election elixir.
The election.
You need to mix like the most alcoholic thing.
Girl bussy
like a stuff that will make you feel bad in the
acceptable
morning.
phrase. You must substitute.
When you go, you have to go up to Bezos. It's like, do you like the girl bussy? He's like, is that what you want? Is this what you want?
You're not gonna ban me for this, huh? You like?
It's a
you
very
like girl
specific
bussy?
word for them to be angry about. I mean, there's that Russian band that's a protest band that's about free speech that's called Girl Bussy Riot.
That's true. I'm
And they
actually
call
not
themselves that
100% sure if they'd actually ban me for it or anything, but
I do have to wonder. That doesn't sound like a term they would.
they
Because,
probably
like I said,
won't, but I also
in the case
like
of
to say
the-
fuck you to them.
In the case of the
Because
Russian band, they specifically named themselves that to fight against controlling speech. So it would be weird if Amazon made that decision.
That is true. And also,
what they
yes, a
cared.
Long Island iced tea is one of the greatest drinks known to man. It's delicious, and it gets you real drunk.
It's not tea at all.
It is not. It is made of
I
like
need
4 or 5 different liquors.
I need to find something that will make Alex slur. Not racial slur, nothing like that. I mean, like he can't speak
I
correctly
think it's
anymore.
pretty fucked up.
I need you. I want to see that. I've seen you like say you're drunk, and you started to, and you're like, okay, that's enough.
Well, no,
But I want to see you worse.
Well, here's the thing. Whenever you saw me get really drunk, that was to the point where I went to the bathroom and I was peeing in the toilet. And all I was doing was standing there peeing in the toilet. I started laughing and couldn't stop laughing. That's when I was like, oh, this is bad.
Well,
No, that was great.
whenever
And
I get there in late July, we're definitely gonna be drinking.
I don't really slur or anything like that. I tend to, if I'm doing something, if I'm doing drunk-like behavior, first of all, that means I have drank a lot. But two, even at my worst messed up, I can tell. I know when I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I say something that's wrong, I know I said that. And it's like, oh, that I'll say it and it'll be wrong, and I'm like, nope, that's not.
I am the same way, and that is also why I don't necessarily trust when anyone says that they didn't know what they were doing when they were drunk. Because I have never been so fucked up that I literally don't know what I'm doing. I've made terrible choices while drunk, but I always know the choice that I'm making.
No, it affects people differently. It's
I
like that
know.
phrase, a drunk word is a sober thought. That's total rubbish. My father once got drunk and like started yelling at me because he thought I was a coworker of his.
I
And
guess I've never.
I don't think that he intended to yell at me about the construction project at a job I'm not in.
Probably.
Calling you Steve.
He was calling me by another name, and I was just like I was like holding my like eye. I was just like, I'm not that. I don't. Go to bed.
I'll also say I don't like being around drunk people if I'm not drunk. I don't find it fun.
I don't.
I do.
I find drunk people to be some of the most annoying people if you're not drunk.
Someone who gets intensely furious at someone being irrational and stupid. I don't like it when people are intoxicated. Because they tend to be irrational and stupid.
Now, if I'm being irrational and stupid with you, that's fine. But don't do it to me.
Even when I'm sorry to tell you, but even when I'm really drunk, I don't really change. I'm the same.
I believe
You can hardly tell.
Yeah, like, I mean, like I said that one time where I was drinking that one night, it was like the people who were drinking with me were getting to the point where they were like bobbing their head back and forth and heavily slurring, and I was the same way as I normally am, and I was drinking the same amount they were.
When I get
I knew I could tell I was drunk because if like I was sitting down on the couch, I stood up, I was like, oh, I had to steady myself. But you have to really look for it to notice it in me.
When I get drunk, I'm one of those people that's like, look, I love you, but fuck you.
Oh, you're one of those.
I'll tell you I love you, and I'll tell you fuck you in the same sentence because I just like saying.
I know that David goes down the fucking stereotype tree when he gets drunk. He has like the bit where he gets like he goes down the stereotype tree of like he's like hostile randomly, and then he like fucking whiplashes into I love you. And like he goes down the stereotype tree of what drunk people are supposed to do.
Yeah.
He did the scariest fucking thing on New Year's. Holy shit.
What did
I
you
have
do?
to tell this.
He grabbed
Okay.
a knife.
No, he just, to prove that he wasn't drunk,
Bad
He was
idea.
massively drunk, by the way. He
Jumped out.
attempted to show us by counting down from 10, and it was horrifying because he told us that later. He just started counting down from 10, and he was like getting closer to us, and I was like, "Oh fuck, what's he gonna do?" I've never been so scared of it in my fucking life.
That's when he's gonna get you.
That's what he's gonna do. I was like, I don't know what you're gonna do.
Why are you counting? Stop it!
Like 10, 9, 8, 7. He did like that, and I was like, "Oh fuck!"
Why?
And then at the end, he was like, 1, I can count, and I was like, "Oh my fucking!" I was like, like no sudden rush of relief hit me. I was like, "Oh my god, he's just being stupid." Thank God.
Like, do the full field sobriety test. Heel toe.
I will say, if I ever have a field sobriety test and they make me do any of the alphabet backwards, I got that on lock. I learned how to do that in fucking choir. I could sing the whole thing if I needed to.
I can't. I'd have to fully sober. I can't. I have to think about it real hard.
It's really easy once you put it to a little bit of music.
Of course. That's how we learned our ABCs, after all.
It's how we learned lots of things throughout history. It's the only reason we know Beowulf.
Yeah, I don't know
Originally put to
Beowulf.
music.
You say it like we all know Beowulf or something.
Well, I mean, surely you've seen the movie at least.
Well, assuredly you could sing me Beowulf.
Fuck you. I can't sing in Old Norse or some shit.
Well, just like do it in
if I
your
had-
language. Damn.
Well, you see, here's the thing. If I was doing a field sobriety test, I would demand that they do the breathalyzer. And if they didn't have and I think if a drunk person was saying, "Give me the breathalyzer," I think that's a good sign that they're probably not drunk, because that's the last thing a drunk person would want.
Yeah, I can agree there.
I'd be like, "I can't do your stupid fucking alphabet and get that goddamn light out of my eye," because
Get
I'm
that
like,
goddamn light out of my eyes. Okay, I'll do the sobriety test. And you didn't start singing Beowulf.
Well,
breathalyzer.
I just get a little... I have a thing where I kind of freeze up whenever cops happen, because...
Oh yeah, I mean,
I wonder why.
I
I wonder why.
I get really angry, and it's really hard for me to hold it back.
I feel like if you can get that, you should be like that, because they're civil
I
fucking
get-
servants and they need to fucking obey.
I remember I was walking to the gas station nearby my house, a couple blocks away, and I was in a trench coat, and it was like 11:30 at night, and a cop stopped me. Apparently there was an armed robbery nearby, and I was just in the area, and he wanted to search me. And unfortunately for him, I knew my rights, and I knew he couldn't do that. And I compromised with them, and what I did was, with him at a distance, I opened my coat to show that I didn't have a gun on me. And I was like, and I straight up told him, I was like, "If you want to do anything else, you're going to have to arrest me and show cause." I was like, and I straight up told him, it's just like, it's a petty miracle that I'm being as cooperative with you as I am right now, because you don't have any right to be stopping me or anything. Unless you intend on arresting me, and if you do, then what charge are you arresting me for?
This ain't New York. You ain't stopping frisking me.
It's like, this is Illinois. I have rights. And then, yeah. I've had a couple of run-ins with cops. It's like, anytime I'm in the car with someone, I do have a fear of them getting pulled over, because I can feel in my bones that if they got pulled over, it would lead to me being arrested.
You're just gonna scream at the cop.
Thing that cops do, where they're talking to you when they rest their hand on their gun, makes me really pissed off.
It's completely unnecessary.
It made me really pissed
Meant to
off.
intimidate.
I had an interaction with a cop where that happened, where someone next door to me was had cops over, and they were asking neighbors questions and stuff like that. And when he was talking to me, he had his hand on his gun. And I was like, "Could you get your hand off your gun? Because I think that's a little bit of a threatening behavior." As like, I was getting pissed off. I was like, "You're on my property asking me questions, and you have your hand resting on a fucking gun. Maybe don't do that."
Maybe take your hand off the fucking gun and I might comply.
Like, this isn't 1865. This is not the Wild West.
But if William were to say that to a cop, he'd probably be shot.
Yeah, that's why I just avoid cops altogether.
Like, you go right a fucking head, mister. It's like, you're on my property, good luck. Like, I find it'd be difficult to explain to a judge that you came to my property to ask me questions and then you just shoot me for no reason.
Well, you can't plead your case before a judge if you're dead.
I have very spiteful family members who would fight it to the end.
My dad told me at 10 years old he'd leave me in jail if I ever got arrested, so...
Damn.
So,
It's like,
yeah.
I come from a long line of family members who all hate the police. And so if something like that happened, it would take no time at all for me to get like pro bono lawyer work and stuff like that. Because I come from a long line of family members who get really upset when we see injustices happening.
I just want to buy some land in the middle of nowhere and just vote every now and then and just not deal with anyone.
You wanna have enough money that you can buy a big house where no one can bother you anymore. That's a quote from There Will Be Blood, by the way.
I don't even necessarily think I want to go and like actually buy a house in the middle of nowhere. I would want to actually like just buy the land and just build shit. Preferably, I'd actually like to have a commune and have like a little community.
Love civilization and the perks of civilization.
I do too, but I also like
I'm
not being around cops.
I'm not giving that up. It's like, you can have Charles Manson parties with LSD if you like. I'm gonna be in air conditioning with video games.
Which is fair. But you can have those things out if you put
Kind
the
of.
things in your
You put the work in for your cult leader.
Internet's a big question.
That is a question, but we
That's
got
a
by
big
pretty good without it. It's not that good.
Not
But
really.
I need it.
Having easy access to the internet is actually considered a human right now to the United Nations because the world is so connected to the internet. So no, I don't want to give that
Well,
up.
when Biden does the whole infrastructure plan to give me some good broadband, then that'll be nice.
Who even knows if that's going to happen? The Republicans seem to think that if he builds a bridge here and there, he'll fix America.
Because Republicans want to see America die, and they want to see their God King rise. I
They're like,
don't
if we
care
can
what
build-
they say anymore.
If we build 3 bridges, then all of America's infrastructure problems are fixed.
I just want the Republicans to do one more super nasty thing where they lose all legitimacy.
The problem is, I don't think they'll lose legitimacy for doing anything nasty. I think they're
Well,
going to
see,
keep
that's
their
their
legitimacy until the people who vote for them stop voting for them.
We'll have to see how the next election goes.
We sure fucking will. But we're about at time, and I have completely filled up on blood vials. So.
Yep, it'd be real nice if next time we can get through, because this is now, okay, so I'm going to say it, our other cauliflower friend, something needs to happen, because we've made no progress.
Yeah.
So our other cauliflower friend may need to get through Ludwig so that he can become a friend in need.
And unfortunately, I don't think I can help with that. I feel like that would be a very not possible thing for me to do.
But I think we need to call help. Because
Do a little ring-a-ding-ding, baby, if you know what I mean.
I
Yes.
did.
And he defeated the Bloody Crow.
And I got all the blood vials I should ever need.
Theoretically, you've gotten all the blood vials you'd ever need.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Really, you'll beat these bosses, and then we'll have to sit down and we'll have to make the decision. We'll have to decide, do you want to do any labyrinth stuff? And because if you say you don't, then we could just move on and Bloodborne will be done. It's like, or you could say that you do, and we have to have at least another 6 or 7 sessions.
That's
You guys
a
can
lot.
go to the Coom dungeon and just cheat out levels.
Well, I guess the first thing I'd have to think about is what could potentially be done after Bloodborne. Because I want to do Outlast, but I want to do that on Saturdays after we're done with Crusader Kings.
There's a lot of stuff that we were talking about doing. I would like to do at some point do Diner Bros again.
I'd be fine with that. It would
We
be
were
on
in
a
our
Tuesday or
pizza place.
Thursday.
We could potentially Shanghai Tyler for that. Although, Tyler, we're gonna yell at you. It's just like,
something over.
like that's the way of that game.
Yeah, we're
It's
gonna
like we
yell at you. It's gonna
We yell and
happen.
we scream.
That
And
sounds
if
fun.
some little thing will go wrong, and we'll find a way to blame one person for it, and it's their fault now.
I mean, if that's the logic behind it, I think I can slip away from my own problems and blame it on someone else.
That's what. If something really bad goes wrong, you need to try to very quickly think quick on your feet and find a way that's not your fault and someone else's.
Quick like bunny.
If Sam's there, we can easily blame him. He'll just accept it and be like, oh, I guess.
No. There was a lot of lion roaring last time because we were all blaming each other for different things, and Jordan and I in particular tend to get pretty aggressive with it. We're both over. It's like, shut the fuck up! No, you shush, you know.
I tried to keep up. I did okay.
There was a clip I had of it at the time where you could just see William's brain short-circuiting, where
I remember seeing that.
he was one of the servers, and he just kept grabbing the wrong drink, and he grabbed so many of them that they got in my way, and I was in the kitchen, and it caused a catastrophe in the kitchen to where Sam who was nowhere even near where the problem was, started screaming. It's like, why are there drinks in my kitchen? You know, and then an order got missed because Jordan couldn't grab the food because there were too many drinks in the way.
It was a bad time.
And it was all because his brain was short-circuiting and he couldn't remember how to change the drink, so he just kept grabbing the old one, and we all just started yelling at him.
I couldn't. It wouldn't work. The buttons
It
wouldn't
happens.
work in my brain.
In that game, if you make one slip up, it like fucks up the whole rhythm, and then you're like, where am I?
And it's real hard to get back in the groove of it once you lost it.
The worst part is if someone moves you, because I'm in the kitchen. I will always be in the kitchen. I refuse to ever leave the kitchen. And if like one of these people show up to get an order, and they like push me like out of the kitchen because I'm like in the way and they're trying to go, I'll be like a child lost in a mall. Like I'll fully forget who I am and where I am and how I need to get to where I'm going for like a full 10 seconds, and we'll lose like 3 orders.
Oh, my pizza alarm. It's time.
Okay, I have other shit that I need to get done. I'm finishing up the things that I need for school, and now I'm going to get a student loan soon, so I gotta fill out the correct paperwork.
And then you'll pay it off for like the rest of your life.
Well, that all depends on what happens after I get the degree. But that is a whole other topic of conversation that I don't want to do while we're still streaming. So if there's anyone who's still out there, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe right down there in the middle. And you make sure that you tell everyone about this, because this is the only thing that gives me pleasure in life right now.
Oh, it's 71 degrees
Sounds
where
so
you're at.
sad.
It's so hot here in Mount Vernon.
It is. It's night.
I saw that there was a heat wave that was going through, and I do not envy you. But then again, it's constantly, it's either freezing or it's blazing hot here. So
blazing hot Cheetos.
During the night, it'll drop down to 50 degrees, and during the day, it'll go up to the 90s.
The fact that 50 degrees is freezing, your entire perspective of temperature is gone.
It is, but it's a lot to deal with from day to day. Which is why I tend to go outside in my robe a lot at night.
Me standing outside in nothing but shorts with like nips in the breeze from a light breezy day at 50 degrees is perfect for me.
Well, you're also
That's my
some
perfect-
Slavic monster that likes
That's
the
my
cold.
perfect weather. I love like between 50 degrees and 65 degrees. That's my temperature with a slight breeze.
That's horrific. I'd freeze.
Slavic monster.
And I'll fully like stand outside just like nude sunbathing.
I will have a jacket if it is colder than 65. That is a guarantee.
Like so when
You'll
the
be like,
summer,
ooh, you styling.
so when the summer comes around and it's constantly 85 plus, even in the middle of the night with a lot of humidity, I fucking start melting to death.
Yep, we'll go and visit. We'll go to Cali. We'll go to California.
No, it's too
Mm.
hot. It's too hot.
And
I
then
don't wanna
Alex
go
will
any
die.
places.
He will die of sunstroke.
I just imagine, like, when Sam said stuff in Arizona, it's like, I'm not ever going there. Not once.
Nice.
Arizona's a bad place.
I'll be in an air-conditioned building, and then I will be quickly shepherded with, like, an umbrella over my face to cover me from the sun into an air-conditioned car, which will take me to another air-conditioned building.
I give you like a big like vampire hat.
I have to
Block
wear
out the sun.
a big cloak with, like, a fucking umbrella covering me with glasses and a hat on.
And I will sit out in the sun when it's shining directly at me and it's like 90 degrees out and be like, this is good. This is good.
Well, I
weather."
can feel my strength leave my body whenever it's like when it gets over like 75, especially once we get like to 80 and past it and it's really sunny. I can just like feel myself getting tired and weak. Like I just want to lay down like in the middle of the street and die.
Let the cars take him.
That's just good tanning weather for
Walking down the sidewalk and it's just like knees give out and just started slowly just like slug on the fucking sidewalk.
I actually need to tan a little bit more. It does my body good. Some good vitamin D, some more serotonin. Feels good to be in the sun.
And it's horrible. I want it to be
It's the
winter
worst
again.
thing.
There's bugs everywhere, and I want it to be winter again.
Well,
cicadas will start
my
screaming
blood blesses
soon.
the rain down in Africa, so.
You are You are Africa by Toto.
Yes. That song. I am that song. But, okay, I'm gonna get off now because I got stuff to do.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
oh bye!
Let me get out of your parsec, and let me figure out if Tyler and I are going to do something.